Oh, thank God. I was like, something is really wrong. Okay. I was like, I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. Everything's okay. Hey, Steph. Hey, Leah. Okay. We are live on YouTube. Let me just refresh Twitch one more time. I was live. Make sure everything is going okay. Okay. There we go. Gosh. Much bigger screens when I'm not in Colorado. I'm back in Phoenix. I'm so sorry I was gone last week. Just so many things happen. I don't know what's at, well, a lot of things are happening in United States airports. They're not running so good. I was trapped in an airport for like hours and hours. And then I got home and my dad's diabetes was way out of control. So I needed to drag him to multiple doctors against his will, which is, if you know, Hispanic males, especially ones born in the 50s, that is a near impossible feat. Isn't this camera great though? Remember, this is the camera you guys helped me buy for my birthday. Um, it's nice to be home and it's nice to be around you guys. And I've promised myself this week to focus on myself and on the things like that I like to do. But it's just family is family. And I just figure I always talk about how I liked Kamala Harris's campaign because she talked about the sandwich generation, which are like millennials and even people younger than millennials who are like sandwiched in between their children and then their parents. I was smart enough to not have dependents, but I guess I'm like half of a sandwich. I'm an open faced sandwich with my parents. So I'm just making sure I think about it this way with my dad. Like, I just want to be able to say, like, I did everything I could, and spent as much time with him as I could. And I get it. Like, I'm not going to be able, if he doesn't want to monitor how much glucose is clinging to his red blood cells, for month over month. I can't necessarily do anything about that, but I'm going to try. I know, long time no see, Lars. I'm so glad to be back. I was just explaining. Yeah, I was in Colorado for 2 weeks and then I got trapped at an airport because for like a long time. And then my dad was sick when I got back to Arizona. So I just spent last Thursday, Friday, like dragging him from doctor to doctor and then to an urgent care. So now that I'm back, I have it's so weird because I want to say I have a great show. I don't think that's correct. This is not going to be great. I mean, it's well prepared and well researched, but it's going to be very depressing and weird. Like, I just feel like it's so strange how we've come completely full circle with so many things. Let's all tap the screen. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. I'm so glad to be back. I miss you all. If everyone could share the live. Oh, this is me. I can already see
They're part of this law that blocks federal.
Sorry. I knew something weird is happening. Oh, this video is playing. I'm sorry. I got a new stand. We need to figure out how to stop this. Let me just move this and I'll go back to it. Before we get started, because here's my agenda for today. I just want to go through, I think there's a lot of lessons. Like, I am not doing some sort of weird, like, what do we all think happened to Jeffrey Epstein? That's not the purpose of what we're going to be doing today. But I do think in a weird way, the more I was looking into like what's been going on the last week and how I wanted to frame this and talk about it, it's really occurred to me, like, my family is a family, like, where both my parents voted for Trump. Yeah, it's starting to really annoy me how Trump has divided families. And like, I always talk about how I think the real danger in America is the center, right? People who are very happy with the status quo, which tends to be people who have a lot of wealth and aren't noticing like the growing inequality in this country. And I will say, of all this Jeffrey Epstein stuff that is getting drudged back up, like, what is really striking a chord with me or the similarities. It's like, I always say, there's a saying in the political ideological spectrum, like you go far enough right, you end up on the left, or you go far enough left, you end up on the far right, because there's a lot of similarities to those sides. So I think that is the intention I want to set for today. I don't know. I feel like I'm starting a therapy session, but just to think about that, like, for me, fundamentally, the true danger, which both MAGA has identified, I don't know if they're aware of even what's going on, because I think Donald Trump just wanted to get rid, Donald Trump's just like rhinos, these Republicans in the middle, we can't trust them, which is a little bit delusional and a lie and disingenuous because Trump can't be trusted in any way. But I think there is a lot of danger in the center of this country, which is the status quo, right? The growing wealth inequality and being okay with that. And I always talk about, as a history major, how like one of the things and the parallels and the ribbons that like draw the patterns through history are, that's how Mustache Man came into power. Was the center, people moving towards the center, ignoring growing wealth inequality over and over and over and saying, oh, it's fine, it's fine. And then some con man grifter like Mustache Man comes along and is like, oh, don't worry, I'm a socialist. I'm going to fix it all for you. And I think that is the theme I want to show. So I do want to my not my college volleyball coach, but the one that got me my Division I scholarship, and pretty much taught me how to be an adult. He always used to say, celebrate what you want to see more of. And so when MAGA has these moments where they wake the F up and like correctly identify corruption, whatever, and they are hitting the same talking points as the far left, I think that we need to identify that and say, good job, MAGA. Your brains seem to be working. The light bulb, some of you have turned the light switch on. And we should acknowledge that. So I think this is, if you're like, what the hell is she talking about? I think this will be a little bit more sense as we go on. Don't worry. If you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, it's just a through line. Like, I have never seen, and I don't want to be hyperbolic, and I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. So this is not to say change is a coming or something, because I think ultimately in cognitive dissonance and in information silos and cults, we might be able to peel off a few people, but I'm not saying like, oh, it's happening now. I don't want anyone to receive that message, because I don't want to set anyone up to be disappointed. But I have never seen, and I love Ron Filipkowski. Before he had anything to do with Midas Touch, I followed him when he started really tracking MAGA. And I always talk about how when I first found Ron Filipkowski, I started following everyone in MAGA. And since that time, like 2021, 2022, I have never seen like a divide in MAGA. I always say I hang out on X, so you all don't have to. I've never seen something like this type of anger develop, and I think it's very healthy for them to start asking very real questions about why everyone they elected are a bunch of pathological lying grifters. So yeah, I think this is good. And you don't need to understand what I'm saying now. Don't worry, I'm going to take you through it, and it'll be entertaining. We might laugh, we might cry. We're going to do it all together. But most importantly, I miss you guys so much. When I get most silent, I'm usually most miserable. So sorry I was gone, but trust me, I hated every second of it. Okay, let me get some water. The blue pop. And Robert Reich is like making videos. I'm going to tie this all together beautifully. You guys are going to love it. But for the first time, before the far right became a cult, because that's what it is now. I used to agree with a lot of things the far right talked about, right? There's a lot of tenets of far right libertarianism that are the same as far left. Like, I always talk, there's left libertarians, there's right libertarians. There's some different beliefs in that, namely the validity of anarcho-capitalism. But there's a lot of similarities. And I think this is the first weekend that I've started to see that sort of MAGA come back. Like before cognitive dissonance, the why is the swamp robbing all of us? Like, how are my kids going to go to college? How are they ever going to buy a house? Like that MAGA is starting to emerge again. The MAGA that liked Bernie Sanders in 2016. And I'm like, thank God. I mean, yeah, we always talk about this. How many people are going to have to die? How many vulnerable populations and minority groups are going to suffer? How many people are going to be thrown in jail before MAGA is like, oh no, this is not good. But I think at least for the last, I just did, let's say, 6 hours of straight research of the last week of what's been going on with MAGA. And I think they're starting to sound a lot like they did prior to joining the Trump cult, where they believed some billionaire who's a lying grifter was working for them. So congrats, MAGA. So I'm going to go through that. And how I'm going to do it is there was a turning point. I know, gross. I mean, they're still all racist bigots, but there was a Turning Point USA conference in Tampa, Florida that started on Friday. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, that was kind of the match where they all gathered to like light the fire of why does Trump keep lying about Jeffrey Epstein, you know? So I'm going to go through some of that. I'm going to weave in some other opinions in chronological order of things been happening and show you like how MAGA is imploding and fighting each other. I think the other thing I want to point out is don't assume these are all for selfish reasons, right? Like, why is Elon Musk very clearly, in my opinion, fanning these flames insidiously and, highlighting different Twitter spaces where Trump's being dragged or whatever he's using X for? Probably because he's mad he didn't get his way, not because he's a good person, right? So I'm not saying anybody in the MAGA cult is a good person or we should agree with them, but when, they start saying things that make sense, I think we should all point it out. Okay, let's all tap the screen. Sorry, I haven't done a live. Okay, we're at 27.3K. Again, I re-downloaded TikTok Studio when I got back to Phoenix. It looks totally different again, so just figuring that out. I wanted to say this because I keep getting updates about this in TikTok Studio. The gift gallery, you can click on it. If you would like to help me, I guess, the gift gallery means like if you get I'm clicking on it now. Felice's gift gallery, there's like different right now with the rose and the hat and mustache. Thanks, attacking. And if you like hit all these gifts, they keep saying like that's great for the algorithm and we'll get more people in here. If I've heard other creators talk about it and I keep getting messages about it, if you know what I'm talking about and you want to monitor the gift gallery and help me do that, please do. But I'm not going to have time to be able to monitor that. I have so many things going on during these lives, but I just thought I would mention it. Let me make sure, let me check a couple. Let me update, pin this. We need one more lipstick to get to our gift goal because I just want to reset it. And subs. Let's get to 360 subs. Thank you so much for the lipstick. Let me set up a new gift goal and then we're going to get that. Believe me, this is going to be scary yet entertaining. That's what you might be very unsettled by the things I'm going to show you today, but you will know. What is a tiny diny float? Oh my God. I haven't been live in like a week and a half and there's so many new gifts. A tiny diny float. Don't tempt me with a good time. Let me pin this before so you guys have to tell me to. Give me one more second. I'm going to update the actual gift goal number and then we will be on our way. Sorry. I'm a little rusty at this. Okay. So glad to be back though. Okay. Right now. Okay. Before we get full on into what I need to show you about MAGA deciding to fight each other and break apart this week and all of Trump's like hypocritical lies, trust me, this is going to be entertaining. You guys know I never do this to you anymore. I'm never going to make you sit through like 100 clips of Trump lying like I used to. I just want to show you. I just need to show you a couple clips. You might find it entertaining. I think you'll find it. I want you to find it entertaining. I just need to show you the delusions of the Trump family. So if you don't know, I think it was Saturday, this interview came out on Fox where Lara Trump interviewed creepy Orange Donald Trump. Okay. Just this is only a 9-second clip. You tell me if you notice anything weird. Do this. Sorry. You'll see why in a second. Or maybe you won't. I'll show you a still if no one can. Oh, wait. Sorry. It's muted. The words don't matter, though. This is less about the words and more about, hey, notice anything strange?
They also said the country was dead. They actually thought it was dead, and it felt dead. And 6 months ago,
this is so weird, but I can't get over this. Let me just show you a still frame. Why? What? I have seen Trump, because, like, people are saying, why is Lara Trump a giant and why is Trump a tiny little baby? But I've seen Trump in person and he is 6 feet tall. Like, I'll say, I mean, I'm with his shoe lifts. I'm not saying I didn't see him barefoot. I've seen him like in Midtown New York with his shoe lifts in. What in the F is happening here? Is half of the White House sinking? Like, what does his chair have shorter legs? Should we be concerned about any of this? And you're like, yes, what is? People on the internet are like, or on X, I should say, don't go there. It's not worth your mental health failing. But, like, what is going on here? I'm looking at, I'm like, is half of the White House thing, is this just his posture? Why are his legs so short? There are so many questions, because, like, I think what we're looking at here is a normal proportioned human being. And then, like, a person, have we never noticed that Trump is like all torso and possibly from his knees to his shins, like, is just like 6 inches? Is this real? Like, does anyone? I'm not quite clear on what's happening here, but I think that's what I'm saying. Is it the angle? Is the White House sinking? I don't know. No, it's not. I wouldn't say it's the angle, because I watched this whole interview. It's not the angle. There's many different camera angles. It's not the angle. There's something going on here. I don't. All I know is I always thought I had a long torso and short legs, and Trump gives new definition. Or maybe her torso is so short and she's all legs. Like, I have no idea, but what in the F is happening here? Like, he looks like he's sitting on like a child's toilet or something, like potty training toilet, while talking to his mommy. It was the weirdest interview I've ever seen. Now, again, we're going to get to the more important relevant news, but I just need to show you guys a couple of things Trump was saying, because Trump is completely senile and out of his mind. So this is just a random thing he said that I found very interesting or disturbing, depending. Like, what is he? It was like he's just rambling incoherently. He has no idea what he's talking about.
and so we're doing well. The trade thing is going to be very big, and we're sending out letters as we speak. They literally just started going out, and I signed the letters. And it's basically telling countries that we are going to give you the privilege to shop.
Auto pen, by the way. Is he saying that's his signature? That's auto pen. So, just want to point out, Trump used auto pen very clearly. That's someone's signature.
And work in our country. And I think it's...
You hear what I just want to be clear what this crazy person is saying. This man is spending money this country does not have to do a mass deportation. And on Saturday, in an interview with his much larger, normally proportioned, I was about to say daughter-in-law, he says that he is sending out letters that he signed very clearly with AutoPen and is inviting countries to work in the U.S.? Like, what? Why? If you're doing that, why are we throwing everyone out of the country? What he says, I believe, let me rewind it again. He says privileged countries. I assume that means white people. I don't know.
And so we're doing well. The trade thing is going to be very big, and we're sending out letters as we speak. They literally just started going out, and I signed the letters. And it's basically telling us that we are going to give you the to shop and work in our country. And I think it's very good. And in some cases, we'll make deals. You know, we'll make a direct deal as opposed to a letter. And we've already made some of them with various countries.
Again, we have no trade deals. Remember when he said he finished I was just reading an interview with Japan's prime minister who's like, oh no, we have no trade deal with the US. Like, if I have to hear, oh, you're sending out weird letters that make no sense, just like you made a weird website for your Trump gold immigration cards for if anyone has $5 million, no matter how shitty of a person they are, they can just buy their way into the US, and that's unconstitutional and crazy. Like, cool, you guys, Trump's sending out more letters. He's accomplished nothing except for market manipulation. But again, and I just want to point out, as someone who has a small business, and I actually think this is less about me having a small business, other than small businesses are the ones being crushed by Trump's erratic trade policy, which I don't want to call it trade policy. I just want to call it market manipulation, you know, to consolidate power, because that's what it is. But no business, I don't care if you're a corporation, a huge corporation, a medium-sized corporation, or a small business, can operate with no consistent trade policy. That every day trade policy changes. What presidents do is they come in, they set their policies, and everyone says, okay, here's the rules with which I have to operate under. Here's the rates for, you know, imports, exports, whatever. Now I can plan fiscally, you know, mathematically, how much money I have, how much product I can bring in, etc. This is the opposite of what is good for capitalism. Changing everything every day is not good for any business owners, period. I'm so glad to see you guys. I'm so glad to see you guys too. I'm glad to be back. But again, I just want to point out that Trump looks like he's sitting on a potty training toilet, and I've seen this from many different angles. I watched this whole interview. Something is wrong with Trump's body. From his knees to his feet is like 6 inches. That's the only thing that makes sense here. I'm concerned. I don't know what's happening there, but I really did look into that in my spare time. Okay. Now, again, this is not going to turn into us having to listen to Trump. This is just a few stupid, weird things he said. This was literally like, can you imagine if your job is to fluff your father-in-law? Like, this is like, if you don't know what a fluffer is, in the corn industry that, you know, Josh Hawley and Mike Lee keep trying to ban. It's like the person that, you know, when the male actors are waiting to go on screen and they need to have it's the people that keep them hard. That's what I feel like this interview is. It's like you're the daughter-in-law of Donald Trump fluffing him. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. Listen to these questions, or this question.
You did it for me.
Well,
I would say that for me as well. But
a lot of women.
Your cabinet is comprised of so many incredible people, and people that even a year ago, so many would never.
I just want to say factually, because I always say this, people are always like think I'm mean or something. Everything I believe is just based in data and facts. His cabinet is the least qualified cabinet in U.S. history. Nobody is qualified in his cabinet to have the jobs he had. Like they had. The most qualified person he fired. The most qualified person was Mike Waltz, and he's gone. So what are we talking about here? And I've said this before. Like, I would love, let's just pull up Biden's cabinet. Let's pull up Trump's. Let's find their resumes, whoever wants to do it with me, and we can decide who's qualified and not. This is the craziest, most delusional I've ever heard in my life.
Never have imagined, like RFK Jr., who a year ago was running for president as a Democrat. Why do you think you have this ability? And I feel like it has really been to your benefit. Look at this incredible cabinet you've put together. They're all people who are working to make America great again.
They've been incredible.
Washed up, D-list MTV Road Rules and Real World characters, washed up Fox reporters who are not qualified for their positions. We've got a guy running the Navy that's never been in the military in his life. He's an art collector that places trades in a 5-person office for Michael Dell, the Dell computer. Like, what the are these people talking about? Nobody is qualified in Trump's cabinet. Honestly, of those left, and sadly, the most qualified person is Marco Rubio, who's undergone some sort of lobotomy to turn into like someone that Trump likes. That's it. That's the qualified person in Trump's cabinet.
Well, actually, the cabinet's been incredible. And I had a lot of good people in my first term. But again, I came here, I had never done it before, and I'm picking people that I never heard of. And I'm taking recommendations of, people that were
Picking people I never heard of. There we go. See, now we're really getting at it. Yes, no, Orange Grandpa has no idea what's happening.
sort of stupid people like a John Bolton. He's a stupid guy, or Jesper, who was terrible. I mean, he was terrible, but
To be clear, what he's doing, if you're like, who the F are those people? He's now talking about his first cabinet, who were qualified people. Now, I'm not a John Bolton fan personally. Like, I'm trying to remember. I want to make sure I get this right. Like, this is what I'll talk about John Bolton. George W. Bush, like, said when he became president, like, man, I can't work with John Bolton. John Bolton's insane. He's an insane person. Like, he goes into rooms and, like, just said, like, threatens to use the nuclear option. Like, this guy's out of his mind. Like, I shouldn't be working with him. And John Bolton says that Trump is insane, just to give you an idea of like the scale we're working with. George W. Bush was like, John Bolton's a crazy person. I don't think I should be working with him. And then John Bolton's like, Trump is an insane person, and I don't think anyone should be working with him. Like, and now Trump's mad because John Bolton like started saying, hey, Trump's crazy and no one should trust him. Like, John Bolton is also crazy. It's like, was Dick Cheney crazy? George W. Bush let Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld run the country as just two random arms dealers. They were like Nicolas Cage, Lord of War twins running the country. And George W. Bush's line in the sand was like, hey, John Bolton's crazy.
sophisticated now than computers.
And John Bolton's like, Trump is insane. We need to get away from him. And Trump is now like, oh, John Bolton's insane. Yeah, like, please. Here's the through line. You guys are all Republicans. You all seem to be liars. And I mean, this is a shit show.
I took some recreation, but overall I got it right. I mean, we rebuilt our military. We did so many great things. But I now know the people. I know so well. I know them better than anybody. I spent 4 years with. Sometimes you hit and miss, and sometimes you don't. But we had great people the first time, but we have really good people this time, and they get along with each other. They love each other. They love the country, and it's smoother. I think it's smoother. We did. A lot of people thought
like, I think what Trump is saying here is authoritarian dictatorships, like qualified, intelligent people not pushing back on my idiocy is convenient for me. I think that's what he's saying. In Trump's first term, he had qualified people like General Milley being like, hey, I'm not going to go ahead and violate the Constitution for you. Like, my oaths to the Constitution, not to you, weird, insecure orange guy who says men shouldn't wear makeup but continues to wear a full face of makeup every day. Same thing with Comey. Like, yeah, I'm not going to go ahead and pledge allegiance to weird orange guy with a full face of makeup on. I don't think that's my job. I think what Trump is saying here is, I've installed a bunch of unqualified patsy weirdos who don't push back anymore, and that's more convenient for me. That's what he's saying. Like, I finally found a group of people who are dumber than I am, and that's the way I like it. Now, is that convenient for any of us and for our continued health, safety, and future? in this world, no, it is not. But for an insecure moron, I think Trump's having a better time. Now, here's one of my favorite moments of delusion. Like, imagine your job is to professionally fluff your father-in-law in hopes that he will, blackmail your way into a North Carolina Senate seat. Like, that's what I think is going on here. Here we go, where she says, and I think literally, if you can read this, some people call you the bodyguard of Western civilization. If you mean by some people, a couple people who may or may not be doing a drug that starts with M and ends with TH and are completely out of sync. Yes, maybe some people are calling Trump the bodyguard of Western civilization. Who in the F has anyone ever heard anyone ever say that? Hi, Jen, I love you. Like, no, prepare to want to bang your head against a wall, because that is an easier option than living inside this reality. We are almost to 100K. Isn't this fun? And we haven't even started the real stuff. This was the light stuff before we started the bad stuff. So just enjoy this moment.
Especially this last couple of weeks has been pretty amazing.
Some people have called you the bodyguard of Western civilization.
Yeah.
No one ever said that, but okay.
How do you feel about that title?
Well, I understand what they mean. It was going bad. We were going bad. This country was going bad. A lot of people were talking to China and others about getting involved because we were a dead country. We were gone in the minds of many.
Yes, if by dead country you mean we've never not been the number one gross domestic product in the world, then sure. Like, what the are you talking about, Grandpa? Who keeps saying men shouldn't wear makeup, but puts on makeup every day? Is somebody gonna come get Orange Grandpa? He cannot do math or read, and I'm not saying this, so don't be mad at me. I'm quoting authors who are quoting Reince Priebus and people from his first cabinet, the ones who had brains. They said he couldn't read. They said they couldn't get him to read a Post-it note. Period. Like, can somebody come get Orange Grandpa? Like, the cult was cute and everything, but can you usher him, like, go put him in a closet somewhere? This is getting very weird now. Let me help you, MAGA, and I'm going to say this slowly. If this is making sense to you, it's time also for 5150 for you. This does not make sense.
I tell you, in my mind, one of the reasons I ran, I saw what was happening very early on. When I saw people pouring across our border, I said, no, put up that little, it would have taken three weeks to put up little sections of wall that we laid out because of legal reasons, condemnation reasons, different things. And
what the hell is a condemnation reason? Again, MAGA, if you're nodding along, if you're like, God, women need to just be quiet, like, your brain does not work. This is when I say MAGA, and I mean this and I've had recently MAGA tell me in very upset messages, oh my gosh, Jen, is that a tiny diny? That's the one. Like, I was just talking before you were here about the new gifts that I'd never seen, and that was literally what I was talking about. Jen, you're the best. Thank you so much. Like, MAGA, and people are like, God, you're so mean, please. Or no, it's not that they say I'm mean. I think the more apt term is condescending. I don't know how else to communicate. I was a teacher. I took early childhood development. I have many ways to figure out how to communicate with people, and I've never struggled to communicate with people like I struggle to get MAGA to just follow the line of logic to its logical conclusion. And that's why the best way I can say it is, if any of this makes sense, like, it's like you're trapped in a paper bag, right? There's an open side of the paper bag, but you're punching and fighting the other three walls trying to escape. When really you could just turn around and walk out the open side. It's like you guys are trapped in a paper bag that's on its side and can't get out. and you keep listening to directions of how to get out from this guy, and then you're like, it's so weird. I can't figure out how to get out of this paper bag. Is none of this should make sense. If any moment of this video you're like, oh yeah, I hear what he's saying, then it's time you need to go get an MRI.
Because we wanted to bring our equipment back in through the wall, because we built hundreds of miles. And I said, why aren't they filling that in? It would have just been, then it would have been complete. In fact, I added a lot more. I built a lot more than I said I was going to build. I made it much longer. But I said, they want to have open borders. That was the first time I realized it. I didn't think it would be possible for anybody to want open borders, because, who would want open borders?
MAGA, anyone MAGA, if you're listening and you want to defend that, you can come up and explain to me how that makes sense. Because, again, we know how many miles of wall Trump built. Does anyone remember? And this is an oldie but goodie. So you'd have to really have been following Trump. Like, I've seen every rally he's ever done. I think this was probably 2022 or something. Does anyone remember when Trump said that, like, they hid the wall? Like, he basically said that we hid the wall, and that's why no one knew it was there, that it was hidden, and, like, it was cloaked almost like a Klingon warship. And then, like, that's why no one knew where the wall was. And then, like, they secretly tried to sell the wall, but the wall had been there, but it was hidden. Like, that's where we're back at. Hey, Seabass, Fish Bastion, missed you. Sorry, I'm just getting used to reading comments again. And the comments are much bigger now in TikTok Studio. This is nice. Oh, just one more. Okay, I promise you I'm done with Trump is senile, but this interview was like, it literally was like, it reminds me of before my grandmother died. Like I talk about my grandfather, he had a ranch / farm in Minnesota, and like my grandmother died years and years later, and I went to visit her in the nursing home, and I got roped into chair aerobics with a group of people who had dementia. By the way, chair aerobics is no joke, but it was me and people who were suffering from different types of dementia at chair aerobics, and Trump would fit right in that circle. I'm serious. Everyone would be like, yeah, makes perfect sense. Keep talking, weird old man who has a lot of makeup on. We support you while doing chair aerobics. If any of this makes sense to you, the place for this is in the old folks' home with chair aerobics.
To say.
How important has family been to you? And I mean, say the last 10 years and all of this.
Well, like your husband is great. I mean, he's great. Whether he was my son or whether he was an executive, you can't hire anybody like him.
But could he be both? Like, is anybody worried about Orange Grandpa?
He's so good. And he runs the business, and Don helps run the business, and Ivanka is doing a lot of things. She's an amazing person, and she's a little bit involved, a little bit, when they want words of wisdom or whatever. She did a very good job. She
smart enough to get the F away from you. Still won't mention Tiffany. Still, I can't. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's like, your husband, that guy that I get sick when I have to look at him or hug him. Well, I've actually never seen him hug Eric. But yeah. And I just want to remind everyone, because, I've done a lot of reading and a lot of research, never missed a Trump rally. Like, Michael Cohen always talked about how, and I will agree that Don Jr. was the most intelligent. Not to say Ivanka's not. I mean, of Eric and Don Jr. Don Jr. was the most intelligent, and because of that, it's like Trump would like beat him down, and Eric is the more submissive one that just cowers in fear and does what his dad says. And Ivanka's very intelligent, smart enough to get away. If I had my creepy dad talking to Howard Stern about me, like, we'll see later when we get into the Epstein stuff. But yeah, I also would get the F away from you. Plus, she got her Chinese trademarks and all the other kickbacks in the first term. Like, that's the sign that Ivanka's intelligent. She knows how to get when the getting's good. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem with narcissists. It's never enough. There's never enough supply. There's never enough grifting. There's never enough lying, right? Like, Ivanka, you can tell she's smart enough to get the F out of Dodge. Like, I think the smartest one in that family is very clearly her. Oh, and I'm not going to do this because this is less important, and I think I'll do more on this later, but here's what I want to say. Trump later goes on to ramble that there is no tax on Social Security. He keeps lying and saying he got no tax on Social Security for seniors. There's a deduction for seniors. There's no tax on Social Security, which I actually am glad about, that he lied and snaked old people in this country, because that would be detrimental to all of our retirement to not tax Social Security. The other thing is he keeps saying, well, the numbers vary, but that there was going to be a 68% tax increase if this bill didn't pass. I mean, that is 100% a lie, right? Trump never presented a budget when he was running for president. His entire plan for president was 16 pages. Some of us read it. It was the ramblings of an unintelligent man that says men shouldn't wear makeup, but continues to wear makeup every day. And the kind of people that resonated with, or the kind of people that believe that when Trump talks, he's making any sense. So again, the actual budget that was released by the Democrats always included these same tax deductions for the middle and upper middle class, right? It just wasn't going to be a free ride for billionaires and corporations anymore. But yeah, I'm over the Trump stuff. This is what I want to say before we get into the real meat and potatoes where we can all laugh and cry together for like 2 to 3 hours. I want to show you this because I just want to show MAGA that their inability to follow what's going on in society, to read or do math, has set the stage for. I just want you to remember that when I was last passionately doing lives with you guys, it was before the big trash pile of a bill passed that has robbed not just us, but great job, MAGA. You robbed your children and your children's children, who will have no financial future now because you are on your knees for billionaires and corporations. But the most disturbing part, of Trump's second presidency in general is watching the legislative branch and the judicial branch of government cede power to the executive branch, right? To just say, hey, we're not a check, we're not a balance. This is no longer democracy. The power we have, you just take it. And one of the more disturbing ways, other than just nobody in Congress that is a Republican having a spine, I think one of the most disturbing ways we can quantify their spinelessness was them inventing fake math and getting Lindsey Graham to do it in the Senate, right? Just saying, hey, precedent says, here is how we do reconciliation bills. Here's the baseline we use. And them saying, we're just going to invent a fake thing called a policy baseline and invent some fake math where $1 trillion in debt is in fact zero. And the reason they did that is just invented fake math that, understand, it does not matter if you voted for Trump, because my favorite thing MAGA does is when they are like, we won, get over it, when they come up on debates. The question is not, what did you win? You won what? A lifetime of servitude to billionaires and corporations, no health insurance, your children's futures being gone, the largest transfer of wealth in a single bill in history to the top of the economy. Yes, you did win something. If you were looking to win a steaming pile of financial shit, then yes, you are the big winner. I just don't think you won what you think you won. Like, that's the reality. And one of the things I said, and we always try, right? Because that's the exercise. If you're not in a cult, if you're not in cognitive dissonance, a sane person would think, and if I'm saying this in a condescending voice, I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying, like, this is how I think when the Democrats are about to do something, I think, or change a law or change a rule in Congress or how Congress operates. What I think is, hey, just because this is convenient now for the Democratic Party, see, I said Democratic Party, that's the actual adjective, it's not Democrat Party. Just because it's convenient now and it might help me get something I want now, what is it going to look like when the Republicans use this against us later? You know, does that erode checks and balances of government? Is that eroding democracy? And if the answer is yes, I'm like, this is not a good idea. Period, right? Like, I know we all used to like B&M, which is like, I don't like, female dog and moan about the filibuster, but there's a reason the filibuster is there, right? It's inconvenient when you're trying to do the right thing and you're being filibustered, but right? And this reconciliation bill and the fake math, I just want to let everyone know how this is now going to affect us. They've invented the fake policy baseline where $1 trillion in debt is actually zero. Before they did this, they were just going to shove through one big bill, hopefully, and that was going to be the end of it. They're planning to do this now 2 more times because they have now invented a fake baseline that goes against the legal CBO math, the legal baseline. They're using what they call policy baseline, which is fake math. And they're going to do what they did, or so says the Speaker of the House, 2 more times just in this term. And I want the logical line of logic is, oh, great. Just whenever this comes around and bites you again, MAGA, I just want you to remember that you bypassed the filibuster. You invented fake math so that now this can all be used against you. There are no checks and balances. Anyone can use fake math called policy baseline to force whatever they want through. But just if you thought, oh, the big, beautiful bill, and that's it, we're just going to be robbed once. Apparently not. Now they plan to just do this again.
This historic opportunity with President Trump coming back to the White House and us having the responsibility of fixing every metric of public policy that Biden and Harris and the Democrats destroyed over the previous 4 years. So the big, beautiful bill was the first big step in that, but we have multiple steps ahead of us. We have long planned for at least 2, possibly 3 reconciliation bills, one in the fall and one next spring, that would continue to allow us to do this on a partisan basis where we only need Republican votes and we don't have to drag Democrats along. There are no appetite to fix any of the mess. We have to do it ourselves. So yes, that's next. In addition to that, we will continue to get the country back on a path to fiscal responsibility by rescissions packages that will come from the White House and will enact and claw back spending and eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse in the multiple reconciliation packages and in appropriating at lower levels of funding. All these things will be done while modifying more of President Trump's executive orders. He's been very busy. We will be as well. We have a lot more work ahead of us.
Well, again, the normal flow of a 4-year term is you do some big legislation and then you stop. They're saying, hey, we've basically changed the rules of Congress. We can bypass the Senate filibuster. The Senate parliamentarian, we bullied into going along with it. And so we're going to continue to rob the American people so that rich people and corporations can have more. We're going to continue the transfer of wealth to the top of the economy. And no one can stop us. And again, I just want to be clear, MAGA, if you're thinking, good, I win, you don't win. That's your sign. If you're thinking that in your head while hearing this, you can't do math. Or read. You have no idea what's going on. And my advice is to take a nap and then start reading, maybe work at GED classes. I don't know. But if you think that's a good thing, that we just had the largest transfer of wealth in a single bill in American history. Now, let me just give you some MAGA history. The entire time Joe Biden was president, all they said was, no more of these big bills. No more 1,000-page bills. We will only vote on single bill legislation. We're going to do what's right. And now MAGA went against every belief they have and are celebrating Trump lying to them and doing the opposite. No matter how you look at this, you're either a clueless idiot who's celebrating someone breaking into your house and robbing you. Well, no, that's probably the only option. I don't know. I just wanted to, this was yesterday, and this is one of the more disturbing things I heard, that they're like, oh shit, the American people are dumb enough to let us do this. No one's going to try to stop us. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep transferring wealth to the top of the economy. Let's drain the middle class of everything they have left. We should all be very... Oh, and one more thing before we get into the meat and potatoes of this, I just want to say, if you haven't heard about this, there are different... Actually, I think I have a graph. Let me see if I can find this graph really quick. And there are articles on this. I'm not going to get into the whole graph, but I think it's just worth mentioning. The big, beautiful bill that's over 1,000 pages, it's very complicated on the actual start dates of things. And the plan is, what they actually plan to do in order to get reelected, to not lose Congress, is the Medicaid cuts aren't going to hit until 2027. You can see new Medicaid work requirements in the green. And if you scroll up, sorry, this chart is so long. They don't start till, see that dotted line that says 2026 midterm elections? You scroll back down. They're not starting. You see that line, new Medicaid work requirements, and they start after SNAP and Medicaid funding changes. Those are the actual cuts. They start after the midterms. This is the most important thing I want you to understand today. So what they're banking on is, hey, if we don't rob them all, if people don't start dying before the midterms, if the hospitals don't close before the midterms, we will get reelected. Because they'll be like, oh, all the changes happened. It wasn't that bad. Things seem to be okay. Yeah. Sweet peas show this every week. Exactly. That's what I keep thinking. And that's why I'm saying this. Like, not just me show this every week. Like, we all need to understand what this plan is. Cause like, oh God, this stupid chart is so long. I was like, how do I show this? I should have like cut it in half, but just understand what this chart is showing is when aspects of Trump's one big, beautiful bill begin to expire or expire or both. And that is what they're going to do. People are like, oh shit, I'm losing everything. Actually, they are not. They're going to try to get reelected and hold Congress so that the SNAP requirements, those are immediate, right? You can see the green line, immediate. But the Medicaid work requirements and the SNAP and Medicaid funding changes are after the midterms. And that's the real disgusting part of this plan. There's actually many, many countless disgusting parts of this, but this is their reelection plan. Is people will be like, oh, I'm not, like, my life's not falling apart. Like, I didn't lose my health care. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe Trump wasn't lying. And I swear to God, and I know everyone's like, okay, we know this now. But if you're on this live, yeah, you're one of the few people who's very immersed in politics and understands what's going on in the world. How can we make other people understand this? I think this might be the biggest question we have leading up to the midterms, is how can we get people to understand that this is the reality, this is the plan. Actually, yeah, this is really important. Let me show you where I got this. And if I have time, let me pull it up also. I have to pull it up in two places, but I'll send it as a gift article too. This is from... And actually, before I show the article, there's actually a video. I love how Washington Post is doing interactive content. Hold on, let me show you one part of this. Let me show you this video because I wasn't going to, and now I think I will. This is what was playing when I started the live.
What does President Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is now law, actually mean for your health care? Let's take a look. It makes serious cuts to Medicaid, cutting about $1 trillion from the program and making it harder to be eligible. At least 17 million Americans are projected to lose their health insurance or subsidies. You could get kicked off if you don't meet the new work requirements, if you don't submit paperwork showing that you're volunteering, working, or going to school at least 80 hours per month, or if you don't submit paperwork showing you're exempt from those requirements. Bottom line, if you don't stay on it with the paperwork, you could lose your health insurance. And with the new changes like the loss of Medicaid reimbursements, some nursing homes and health clinics could be forced to close or make cuts. That's even with a $50 billion rural hospital fund included in the bill to try to cushion the impact. States have to start enforcing this by 2027. That's in a year and a half after the midterms. And Medicaid is a program that's run at the state level. It has different names in different states, so it's worth checking your coverage to see whether you'll be affected. There's also another part of this law that blocks federal funding for groups that provide abortions. Planned Parenthood sued, saying this measure would hurt people's access to other essential services like cancer screenings. A judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from pulling funding from Planned Parenthood, but we'll see where this provision ends up. Federal Medicaid money already can't be used to cover abortions except for specific extreme situations.
Okay, so if you are in the Discord, if not join, there's a link in my link tree to join the Discord. Just copy and paste the link into your browser. Don't just click on it. If you're in the Discord, I added everyone, like I've sent it to you in a gift article. And let me just pull up the final article and I'll show you where you can get all this in, because it's a long article and it's really informative. Like this is, my only fear is just, I already know the people on this live know what's going on. It's like, how do we get people to understand? Like they're going to go, I can already see this now. I was like sick when I saw this. I'm like, they're going into the midterms. They'll be like, oh, everything's not so bad. It's Republicans are diabolical and then they'll lose everything. So again, this is a Washington Post article. If you are in the Discord, I've sent it as a gift article. So you don't have to subscribe. Depending on how, or it's in the general chat and you can click on that link if you have your notifications turned off, but I sent it to everyone. When will Trump's big tax law take effect? Here's what to expect. And it has that chart that someone's like, where the F is that chart? This is where it is. And actually it's better on iPad because it's less unbelievably long because I was screenshotting from my phone. And this is also the thing I was trying to talk about how this is how shady Republicans always are. Oh, here's your no tax on tips for 3 years, and then it drops off. If you looked at the mathematical analysis of the big, beautiful bill, it was like they would start making up revenue right after when Trump did this in his first term, the 2028 presidential election. Right after a Republican gets reelected, he F's all his constituents over and denies them all their promises. Right? I mean, this is an amazing graph if you're trying to walk someone through how Trump is and conservatives in general are weirdo liars. But the most important thing to understand is here with the SNAP work requirements go into effect immediately. New Medicaid work requirements are after the midterms, and the Medicaid funding changes and the SNAP funding changes are after the midterms. So that's what people will always be confused about is, oh, it's not so bad. I thought I was going to lose everything. Yeah, they just want you to vote for them again. So the question is at the midterms, do you want this to be undone? Or do you want, right after you reelect the same monsters to Congress, that you lose everything? That is what this chart really details. And just because I don't love Jeff Bezos right now doesn't mean sometimes the Washington Post isn't doing good work. Same with even the Wall Street Journal has been effectively reporting on a lot of stuff. And there's so much more information in this article. Again, it's a gift article in the general chat in the Discord. I also added everyone, so it's been sent directly to your phones. And you can listen to all these articles too. It's not like you have to read all this. Like you can listen while you work, which is my favorite part. Okay. I think and actually, as long as we're on this line of logic, I want to just show you. I don't know if this is hope, but I think this will be the most hope. Which, sorry in advance, it's not much, but let me just offer some hope before we get into the rest, the meat and potatoes of everything else. Because I think this is important. Well, no, I don't know if it's hope, but we're going to do some Robert Reich today. But what I want to go through is math. You know how I am with math. Because I keep saying this, like, it's not that I don't value MAGA's feelings. I do. I value everyone's feelings and opinions. It's just, hey, does the data bear that out? And that's why one of the only people I still listen to on CNN is Harry Ent, the guy that just crunches the numbers, right? And this is from or not this morning, like this afternoon. It depends on what time zone you're in. If you're on the East Coast, this is from this afternoon. And Trump to say things are going bad is the understatement of a lifetime. Enjoy.
To track with all of more on that, CNN's Harry Enten is continuing to track with all of this news, the shifting view of the American people as this immigration crackdown continues. How is the president doing on immigration at this point?
In a word, Kate, oof. What are we talking about here? Take a look at this. Trump's net approval rating on immigration. Got 5 numbers for you across the screen here. A lot of focus on Gallup at minus 27. That's horrible. Quinnipiac University, minus 16. That's awful. Marist is bad at minus 9. Ipsos is minus 8. Fox at minus 7. Bad. So going from your left side, bad, to just downright terrible on the right side of your screen, the American people have turned against President Donald Trump on what was his best issue, one in which he had a positive net approval rating for most of his term, and arguably the issue that got him, of course, the GOP nomination all the way back in 2016, and one of the issues, of course, he used last year to quite a successful degree.
Absolutely.
I just want to point out, like, truly, right? I'm not going to force you to listen to it, but in that rambling Lara Trump fluff interview, one of the things he kept talking about was immigration, basically about just racially profiling people and removing them from the country. Nobody wants to hear this anymore. Trump, and remember, if Trump truly cared about immigration, what he would have done is encourage them to pass meaningful immigration reform, which I did not approve of. I'm glad Trump is a selfish grifter and didn't pass that immigration bill, because there was no meaningful pathways to citizenship. And I think if you can do math, which I know, MAGA, you're out on this, so you can just believe me or not, but it would have devastated our economy. Like, if there's no pathway to citizenship for people that are contributing to our economy in the ways all sorts of people on different types of visas are, then there's no value in my mind, period. Because we are in gross population decline. This is math terms now. And if we don't supplement our workforce, I'm not saying force women to have babies. And let's just say, I know you're trying to get the children back into the mines, but let's say even gestation period 9 months. I mean, can a 3-year-old be effective in a mine or in a meat processing plant? Probably not. So you're probably gonna have to wait at least until they're 12. We don't have that kind of time. We're in gross population decline now. We need able-bodied workers, i.e. immigrants. I know your weird racism and bigotry and insecurity deep inside, where all you guys keep talking about meritocracies and your love of capitalism, but whenever it comes time to compete with brown people, you get really scared and cower in fear. If we don't get able-bodied people to immediately supplement our workforce, bye-bye number 1 gross domestic product. Period. Like that, those are the facts.
Is there signs that this is affecting his overall approval?
Okay, so you see this here, and then the question is...
I just got to say this because it's funny. So I need to read the chat more. I miss you guys. Thank you for liking my koala hat, Jared, but my 3-year-old loves to dig. Thank you, Queen Bree. Like, exactly. Those 3-year-olds have tiny hands. They're going to fit in those mines. They're going to be fine. They can crawl around. They don't even barely need to stand up. We'll just get them little knee pads and gloves. We'll get the 3-year-olds into the, what is Trump calling it? Clean coal mines? You listen, if I'm making jokes, I'm laughing so I don't cry. The cheapest, oh my God, thank you. The cheapest, most effective type of energy is wind and solar. Trump is moving away from the cheapest energy. The big, beautiful bill ensures that when we stop diversifying our energy types, depending on where in the country you are, you will be paying more for whatever type of energy. Because Trump has been bribed by, I guess, like 1800s coal magnates from beyond the grave.
Does this actually matter to folks? Why don't we zone in Hispanic voters, right? Because obviously a lot of the immigrants who have been affected by this have been Hispanic voters in terms of the immigration crackdown. Take a look here. Trump's net approval rating amongst Hispanics. Remember, Trump put in a historic performance last fall among Hispanic voters, did better than any Republican nominee dating all the way back since we have data in 1972. His net approval rating among Hispanics in February was pretty gosh darn good for a Republican at -2 points. Look at how far it's fallen now in June, according to CBS News YouGov, at -26 points. And I should note, CBS News YouGov is not alone on this. This is what we see in the averages as well. Donald Trump was doing historically well for a Republican amongst Hispanics in terms.
Could start playing the videos of Hispanics being like, you promised not to deport the Venezuelans, but I will spare us because I've already played them all several times. But I do have the urge to find all those videos that I have saved in different presentations and be like, no, but think about this. Let this be a lesson. And I am Hispanic, so I feel like I could say this to my own relatives. You know who I'm talking to right now, because we had these conversations over text. Well, you assured me the best thing for you, who is a citizen through birthright, was to vote for Donald Trump. As you are all gathered up in different sting operations and disappeared, just remember, I tried. Like, I gave it my best shot, but your guys' brains weren't you guys were sure that you were pretty white. You know, he wasn't talking about you. He means the other ones. Not the Cubans, not the Venezuelans. Oh, not the white-looking Mexicans, right? Like, oh, it turns out it's all of you. It's the weirdest thing. So as my own relatives have voted to deport themselves, I just want to say, I did tell you also. I did. And my relatives are the most delusional because we are very indigenous looking. Like, I get my height and athleticism like from the German it'd be and from the African American. Like, my Mexican relatives are purely like 5 foot tall indigenous Mexicans who are like, oh, he's not talking about us. He's absolutely talking about you guys. So fare thee well in the ice raids in Arizona. Seriously. But think about this. -2 in February, -26. That's Hispanics being like, what the is going on? And without that vote, and let's be honest, we're talking about Hispanic males here. Without them, Trump has nothing. There's so many different ways I could say, I could make the mathematical argument for voter suppression and suppressing the voter rolls. There's many ways in which Kamala Harris could have dragged this over the line, but without Hispanic males, bye-bye Donald Trump. Just Tracy, Girl Save, Family in Texas. I know. It's like, some of you have lost your GD minds, and it'll be fine. Just whenever you finally do get access to a lawyer or whatever, when you're in a cage in Alligator Alcatraz, don't contact me, because I tried with you and you guys said that I was going against God's will. Like, my family invoked the Lord when I told them not to vote for Trump. So this is what the Lord, as you told me, this is the Lord's will. You guys are conservatives. Just enjoy the ride. It's fine. You guys will be fine. What could ever go wrong?
of his net approval rating, and now he's basically back where he was during his first term, which is quite a low approval rating, one in which has brought his overall approval rating down amongst the entire electorate.
And one thing that has been very clear is that as this crackdown has continued, it has put immigration enforcement, ICE, in a whole new spotlight across the country. What are the numbers on ICE now?
Yeah, what are the numbers on ICE? It's not just affecting Donald Trump, it's affecting ICE as well. ICE's net approval rating. In Trump's first term, the average was 0 points, right? So right there on the bottom, as many approve as disapprove. Look at where we are now in June of 2025. Minus 17 points all the way down. So the bottom line is this immigration crackdown not being viewed popularly by the American public, bringing Donald Trump down and bringing immigration and custom enforcement down with him.
Thanks for continuing to track this, Harry. It's really interesting.
Again, that was just from a couple hours ago. That is today's data on how it's going. Hispanics are no likey. I mean, and that's not just Hispanics, but these numbers, the zero, and that's just the America's view of ICE, but the middle numbers. That was without the Hispanic vote, which I said, if Trump would have just cherished the Hispanic vote, if he was truly smart enough, or if he wasn't courting so many racists and wasn't secretly racist inside, I would have just kept courting that vote. I never would have let it go. Trump could have consolidated so much more power if he hadn't promised the white nationalists so many things and wasn't secretly one himself. Man, he could have really taken this much farther. I mean, I guess it depends if he's ever leaving office. If he's never leaving office, doesn't matter what he's doing, right? But if there is going to be another free and fair election, I would say mathematically, I have no idea how he could win. Truly, I have no idea. But that's why I wanted to point out the stuff about Medicaid and SNAP cuts. All of that, they're planning on hitting after Medicaid work requirements and the actual cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, where they cut off the federal funding for states. That is not happening until after the midterms, to try to trick people into thinking everything's okay and to get to them to still vote. So tell your friends. Ave, thank you so much for the $50. We miss you. Thanks for today's receipts. I miss you guys as well. Truly, I can't express that enough. Just had to take care of my dad once I got back to Phoenix. He's doing well now, though. Still loves Trump, but doing well in all the ways. It's the sugar going. It's the A1C number. It's making him insane. If you would like to subscribe, by the way, in the bottom, I'm already forgetting how to do this, left-hand corner of your screen, that gold star. If you would like to subscribe, or, I never pinned the gift goal. Thank you for, by the way, for whoever reminded me about the gift goal. Reminders are good in the chat because I have so many screens and things going on. Okay, did the gift goal. Yes, if you would like to subscribe, that gold yellow star in the bottom left-hand corner. Our subscriptions normally I'm around 500. This is my own fault for being not present on the internet for 2 weeks. But if you would like to subscribe or buy, yeehaw, thank you for the hats. Thanks, Jessica. If you would, oh my gosh, it's easier to tell who's gifting now. Awesome. Hi, Hi, Aunt Julie. Did you go to Vegas? Hope it was everything you hoped it would be, or has it not happened yet? I might be going to Vegas soon. Oh no. I am so sorry. Sorry. I have, I always talk about the Google alerts I've set. I don't know. I want to say, whenever news updates come, I always like to read the rulings, because the way these updates are worded is not always what the ruling is, right? It's just so people will click on it. But I'm just going to read the Google alert I just got. Trump administration live. Supreme Court clears way for dismantling of education department. MAGA, poor white people are about to get dumber. What could ever go wrong with that? While being robbed blind and going on lives publicly on the internet to debate and saying that you're winning, you've just ensured that your children's children will be crawling around in mines for the rest of their life. In a major, I'm just going to read, these are just the highlights of the Google alert. Again, I've not read the decision, and usually when you read them, I don't know if this is just kicking the can down the road or what. In a major victory for the Trump administration, the Supreme Court on Monday allowed it to fire thousands of education department employees, functionally eliminating the agency. The court's decision. Yeah, see, I knew it. See, I hate to be alarmist because this is what the New York Times does. I don't want to say that they do this for clicks, but they just drug me into it. And that's why I don't always read these alerts. Yeah. While technically temporary, like, I cannot stand this. If I can give anyone any advice, when you get these updates, don't believe them until you read the actual, they're doing this so you'll freak out. Lets workers who had been reinstated during the legal battle be fired again. Yeah, this is always what it is. This is temporary. I want to see. It also comes after. The order is technically temporary. Yeah, like, this is what I'm saying. We got to get rid of for-profit media. Applying while appeals proceed. Yeah. While appeals proceed through the courts. In practice. Yeah. So I'm sorry that I did that. I know better at this point. But when people start telling you that the Department of Education is gone, you can tell them, no, it's not. Sorry, I just saw it and I read it, and I should know better by this point. It's time. It's time for you're like, why are we talking about Epstein again? I need to it'll all make sense soon. The largest divide I've ever seen in like the 4 years I've been watching the MAGA cult get lost in paper bags and try to individual paper bags. They're not in the same paper bag. Maybe if they were all in one paper bag, they could punch a hole in the side. Get out. They're all in their own individual paper bags. But what I see MAGA like finally starting to sound like the 2016 MAGA then they weren't MAGA, right? They were far right libertarians who were like, we like Bernie Sanders. That man's making sense mathematically. I always want to point it out. So what I want to do is show you what's been going on. I don't want to get I'm only going to play one of these videos because I'm sure one is going to get me some sort of violation. But just to refresh everyone's memory on Jeffrey Epstein, even though no one needs it.
Charges that Jeffrey Epstein was running a sex trafficking ring in the early 2000s that included underage girls as young as 14 years old.
Donald Trump in 2002 said of Epstein, he's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side.
He routinely spoke fawningly of Jeffrey. He admired Epstein's lifestyle.
Your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of it.
Yeah. She's actually always been very voluptuous.
What does Tiffany have of Marlon's?
She's got Marlon's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet.
You were playing tennis and you came off the court. Quote, look at that piece of...
That's what those trademarks were for, and the $2 billion to Jared. That was Ivanka's like, hey, you want me to not say anything about what you've done to me, and then make it worth my while. Get paid, Ivanka. I actually feel really bad for what her life must have been. So you get yours, girl, even though it's disgusting and most likely illegal.
Would love some of that. It so happened that Trump was referring to Cohen's then 15-year-old daughter, Samantha.
I had the impression that he was interested in younger women and, women would age out for him.
Miss Teen Universe? Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show.
I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I standing there with no...
Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
A lawsuit against the presumptive GOP nominee alleges he raped a girl when she was 13 years old.
Prince Andrew answering questions for the first time about his friendship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know Prince Andrew, but it's a tough story.
Trump has been photographed with Prince Andrew as far back as the year 2000.
Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein sexually abuse underage girls.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. but I wish her well.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You are one.
All right, I was going to say that, but it's true.
Ha 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 ha. It's all so funny. I know. Let's all just aggressively tap the screen. We should be at 250 or 300K. Let's tap the screen and also just point out, I recently got some great products on TikTok Shop. I do encourage everyone to buy a meaningless yet very useful product on TikTok Shop. Thanks, TikTok, for encouraging us all to continue in the mindless consumerism that we have all become addicted to try to distract ourselves from late stage capitalism. Okay. Oh, actually, I forgot. I put this in. This is something I think we can hear. I'm just reminding everyone of some things, right? This is just an interview Trump did. And I always try to highlight this. This is one of the rapid response accounts for the Democratic Party. I'm pretty sure it is. At Fact Post News, you don't have to go on X and ruin your mental health, but it's a great account to just keep up with like what's going on when you have to survive in capitalism and you don't have time. They posted this today.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that?
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
she's
made
a child alleged child sex trafficking.
Big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I wish her well.
We're going to get there, but let's just be clear that Epstein's brother is now speaking to people like Don Lemon and saying that he believes that this guy is the one responsible. We'll get there. You'll understand. MAGA is basically, actually, I don't know how many of these clips I should play, but I think if you want to know what's going on with the whole Jeffrey Epstein, I think we all get the point at this point. But I think what is important to take you on this journey we're about to go on of MAGA imploding and fist fighting each other for the last 6 days is to understand. So this is Friday. Caitlin Collins was reporting on this. Dan Bongino, who's I can't even say these words, the deputy director of the FBI, I believe, basically decided to not come to work and protest. If you know, Dan Bongino is a crazy person who believed every 6 months would goad his followers into believing the world was going to end. He's one of the most influential MAGA influencers. Right. And now he's the second in charge of the FBI under Kash Patel. Kash Patel is basically, these are people who spent hundreds of hours on podcasts convincing everyone that it was very important to get to the bottom of the Epstein files, getting Trump to half-heartedly promise to release them. And then this whole cover-up has happened, right? Trump's refusing, gaslighting everyone, telling everyone they don't exist. What are you talking about? Obama framed me or whatever's going on now. So Dan Bongino, in protest, doesn't come to work this last Friday.
All right, this breaking news. Sources tell CNN that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino has told people that he's considering resigning amid a major clash between the FBI and DOJ over the continued fallout from the release, or lack thereof, of the Jeffrey Epstein memo. Joining us right now on the phone is CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, what more are you learning?
Yeah, Fred, it remains to be seen if he actually follows through with what he has told colleagues, but what we do know is that Dan Bongino has told people he is considering resigning as the deputy director of the FBI over the fallout that has continued ever since this memo was released last Sunday. The anger inside the MAGA base has only continued to grow instead of going away, as some officials inside hoped it would. And now our colleagues, along with Christian Holmes, Tanner Rabinowitz, and Evan Perez, we're hearing that he's considering resigning after they had this heated confrontation with the Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of this earlier this week. And basically there was a meeting at the White House where the FBI Director, Kash Patel, was there, the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. They were questioned about whether they were part of a story, that there was basically some infighting over how this came out, and this memo that said we're not going to be releasing any more information related to Jeffrey Epstein. And I should note that we are told Bongino denied leaking any story to this outlet that it was reported on. But there has been a lot of fighting between Attorney General Pam Bondi specifically and the leadership over at the FBI over who's to blame in this situation. I think the context here is obviously Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. They came from this MAGA world where they themselves had pushed a lot of questions about the so-called client list that Epstein had beforehand, and now the MAGA base is just not pleased or satisfied with what they've said in this memo that came out unsigned from the Justice Department and the FBI on Sunday night. So what we are told is Dan Bongino did not show up to work today, that he is essentially not there out of protest. But whether or not he actually follows through on this still remains to be seen. We're still reporting that out. But it just speaks to the backlash that the White House is feeling and understanding after this memo came out, despite President Trump the other day in the cabinet room asking, who still cares about this? One thing we know is the MAGA base certainly does.
All right, Caitlin Collins.
Exactly. And don't think, and I said this at the beginning of the live, which we've talked about many things in between, so you've probably forgot, but I said, I don't think about these aren't good people. Dan Bongino spreads lies after lies. He would make money off the fact he believes JFK Jr. was coming back, the world was this is the second in charge of the FBI, right? But he did make a lot of promises, which some of them I have on tape and you'll see, about these files that now have never come out and aren't going to be released. I think we all know, don't worry, we'll get to that. But I just want to point out, he's no hero. No one in this story is a hero. But what is interesting is watching MAGA eat itself alive online. And oh, wait, I'm sorry. I don't want to replay this. Dan Bongino, essentially, in my opinion, right, they're trying to basically blame this on Pam Bondi. I just want to point out, if your brain works, which MAGA's doesn't, so they're just like, look, Dan Bongino's fighting for something that matters. No, none of this matters. Let me help you, MAGA, because none of your brains work. Donald Trump is the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief of the United States military, the holder of all the secrets, the stealer of all the documents, who kept them in his shitter, the guy who will commit any crime and gaslight and pretend like he didn't if it benefits him. He is the one that promised you these files, half-heartedly, in an edited Fox interview. He is the one that's denying you them. If you fire Pam Bondi, let's just play this out, because I love how I hate Pam Bondi. But that's because I actually can read and do math, and I know who Pam Bondi is. Pam Bondi is not just the swamp. Pam Bondi is a lawyer for lobbyists, not American lobbyists, Middle East Qatari lobbyists, right? This woman is the grossest person. So is the Ice Maiden, Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff. You're like, we're draining the swamp. These people are the mother effing swamp. That's what's really wrong with Pam Bondi. She's the swamp. But that's neither here nor there. I find it really hilarious that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who made so much money on podcasts talking about this, are now trying to blame her. Let's just say, if Trump takes the bait and is like, Pam Bond, this is all Pam Bondi's fault. And MAGA be like, yeah, that blonde woman was up to something. Let me help you. If that's the line of logic you accept, your brain doesn't work. If Trump wanted the Epstein files to be released, they would be released. When Trump violates the Constitution on a whim, Trump is constructing and holding brown people in concentration camps and losing no sleep. If Trump wanted you to have what he promised you, you would have it. It has nothing to do with Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, period. They're just trying to deflect blame on each other while Trump is just waiting to see which one he's going to throw under the proverbial bus. Trump is the one who's lied to you. Trump is the one who promised you. Everything else, like all this debate I've been reading, I've been fascinating to watch. It'd be like, oh, we need to get rid of Pam Bondi. If you think that it's her that's making these decisions, you are not smart. Now, let me help you with the difference. In the Biden administration, the AG was not in Trump's cabinet. The attorney general didn't work for Trump. Biden's AG was a Republican who didn't answer to him. He actually did more for Republicans and Trump than anyone else, right? It was separate. The argument, if you can read, which I know, MAGA, that just cancels all of you out. If you can read that Trump has made is that the AG works for him. He will direct any and all investigations. He will decide what information is released. And now for some reason, you guys are conveniently all forgetting that. If you get rid of Pam Bondi and install a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, still answers to Trump. It's all, the buck stops with the guy who keeps lying to you that none of you seem to have the spine to hold accountable. But, I mean, that's just saying, just pointing out that none of this has to do with actually any of these people. Now, I'm going to just say this now because I know everyone's going to be like, who's that? Again, I love Brian Baez. I actually have like 3 or 4 of his clips from X in here, but the same person he is on X, you can follow him on TikTok. Brian Baez at Mentally Divine. I just really love the way he puts information together, the way he researches it, the way it's entertaining. So I just want to show you I'll show you a couple of his clips throughout today. Again, it's at Mentally Divine, but if you just type Brian Baez, that too will show up. It will immediately populate. Like, this is not someone, wait, oh God. Hold on, let me find the video. Let me go get my video that's somewhere floating around outside this presentation. Is this it? Oh no, oh God, that's a whole nother topic we're going to have to get to tomorrow. I am so sorry for all the depressing information I'm going to have to unload on everyone in the next couple of days. It is unbelievable, the world we're living in. Where is my video? I know I recorded. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Found it. Okay.
Did anyone really think?
Oh, no. This is not. Sorry. That's a different. Hold on. Almost there. Just going backwards. Not that one. But that's another good one. Maybe I'm just gonna. Oh, sorry. This is how my brain looks. You guys can all see it now. Where is this clip? Sorry, it's on my phone. I'm going to text it to myself really quick. I think that's the fastest way to do this. Because this is important. I think he does a better job than, which shouldn't be a surprise. We can't count on for-profit media to really get anything correct anymore, and I don't. So that's why I rely on people like Brian Baez, because I feel like they're getting more facts correct and doing more research than for-profit media is willing to at this point. Oh, here. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm just going to pull this up really quick in the actual presentation. You can see my brain in words, too. Almost there. Almost there. Just give me a couple more seconds. Here we go. Yep. This is it. Sorry, I hate pulling up live videos because it sometimes lags, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Man with a 12 head and FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino is about to resign because of the cover-up of the Epstein files. Let me take you back for a second. Dan Bongino was a podcast bro and a Fox News show host, which, by the way, makes complete sense why he's working in the Trump administration. On his fuck-ass podcast, he consistently peddled misinformation and pro-MAGA bullshit, but he also talked a lot about the Epstein conspiracy theory. And on his podcast in 2023, he told his listeners, listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. And he also questioned, what the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein? Fast forward to today, he's now the FBI Deputy Director. Elon Musk brings this whole fucking shitstorm to the mainstream media by saying that Donald Trump himself are in the Epstein files. Attorney General Pam Bondi goes on Fox News and says that the client list is sitting on her desk in order for her to review it before she declassifies it, and then walks it back and reneges and says that there's no client list, after Elon Musk says Donald Trump was on it himself. Donald Trump then himself is in a cabinet meeting in front of the press. The press asks Attorney General Pam Bondi about the Epstein files. She's getting ready to answer. Donald Trump cuts in and says, stop fucking talking about the Epstein files. Let's fucking move on and talk about everything else. MAGA then gets mad as fuck because they say we've been played because, again, they were the biggest conspiracy theorists about the fucking Jeffrey Epstein files. And not only that, again, they were the ones who said that Donald Trump was anointed by God to become the president of the United States in order to protect children. And now they see him as part of the fucking cover-up because he's telling his supporters to move the fuck on. Not to mention, motherfuckers can't move.
Wait, what the just happened? Is that part of the video? That is not me.
Motherfuckers can't move on because the DOJ released a video of the Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell. The only problem was, even though it was 10 hours worth of surveillance footage, there's 1 minute that's missing. Not only is that 1 minute missing, but Wired just reported that metadata shows that FBI's raw Jeffrey Epstein prison video was likely modified and edited. And now FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino is considering resigning over the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. The question is, when you do resign, are you gonna fucking tell it all?
What separates our game from the game?
It's my algorithm.
Man with
again, I'm trying to think of what I want to say right now. Of course, he's not going to tell it all because Trump will ruin him. But yeah, and if you're like, what about this is all true, right? You can do your own research. Again, I pinned it there. Wait, what is happening here? Sorry. Joby, thank you so much for the subs. We're at 325 of our 360 sub goal. If you got a sub from Joby, he just bought 10 giveaway subs for the month. If you got a sub, Joby in the chat. Thank you so much. You're amazing and you're the best. And I'm sorry, I feel like I haven't seen you in a month. I know it's only been like 2 weeks, but it feels like a year. Thank you so much for all the support. Did anyone hear the beginning though? Can I just play that again?
12 head and FBI Deputy
12 head, as opposed to forehead. It's putting his hand up against the guy's head.
Man with a 12 head and FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino.
Just for, this will all be, the reason I do this show is because this will just, for posterity, it will always be on the internet. It's important that history remembers Dan Bongino correctly. I do have a history degree. Let's get it right. just saying. That's why I love, it's like Brian Baez always with the research, always with the facts, but also, like the editorial pieces that are truly necessary to making sure we all remember this correctly for posterity. And I just want to remind MAGA, history will remember none of you well. I just want to be very clear that if you can do math and start reading, you are very much on the wrong side of history and you will be humiliated for all time beyond the grave. I don't think anyone truly realizes their purpose in life, but what I know is some of us are on the right side of history And in hundreds of years, the way we all, when we were kids, learned about the, Holocaust, and we're like, how could anything like that happen? We're all learning now. We're all learning. And the apathy and idiocy of the right, now we get it. Like, we were all confused how something so horrific could happen on anyone's watch. Well, thank you, MAGA, for letting us all experience it in real time. And the only thing I know, which I don't know much, because the more you learn, the more information and data you take in, the more you're very unsure of it if you know anything. The smartest people I know will say, I don't know anything. And the only thing I do know is that you will be remembered badly throughout time. And I will go to my grave. Like, at the last moment I'm alive, I'll think, at least I'll be remembered as someone who fought for what is right. I didn't cower to power. I did not want to rhyme. I was trying to think of another word. Okay, so now that we've got through that, I think hopefully there's no other missing videos from my presentation. So I'm just going back to it. And, okay, so here's where we're going to now. So starting on Friday night, which is where we're going to start, there was a Turning Point USA conference in Tampa, Florida. Like, Charlie Kirk, he's from Arizona. He's from Phoenix, where I am. And, like, they do these crazy conferences where all the crazy MAGA podcasters and for-profit media people and politicians gather and talk about stuff. And the topic was really derailed, right? They just kept talking about Jeffrey Epstein, but about a lot of things. So I just want to preface that. I'm going to just show you the general mood because I think it's funny, really important. Thanks, Chelsea, for upgrading to Super Sporter. I think it's important to just get this all right? Like, what happened? Why is MAGA fighting like they are now? And why does no one trust Trump? This is why. And by the way, if you don't know who Michael Knowles is, he is a special type of bigot. He works for what? Oh my God, Daily Wire. I was like, not Daily Mail. That's wrong. But I mean, I'm just showing you like one of the first clips I saw of this conference. This is less about Jeffrey Epstein. I just want to show you what these people talk about at these conferences.
Now, speaking of the LGBT, it is not just the T that is fading from the public square. After decades of nonstop lavender propaganda, pride parades are getting canceled for lack of attendance, lack of interest. JoJo Siwa is no longer a lesbian.
I can't stand this man. This man is the biggest bigot, and I don't know. This is just my theory as someone who's queer. I think he is, I don't know. He's very much overcompensating. I've never seen someone have a problem with something that has nothing to do with someone in my life like this man does. And by the way, just to be clear, JoJo Siwa identifies as gender queer, like very similar to what I am, right? Like, let me just explain, because like, I'm very attracted to men, women. I refer to myself most often as a sapiosexual, which you're like, what the F is that? I just am attracted to people's brains. Like, the last thing I care about, like when I hear conservatives talk, they're always like, what kind of genitals does that person have? Right? I never think about that. Like, that's the last thing I think about, because that's the last thing I really need to know. I'm like, what does this person think? What do they feel? Who are they? Like, am I attracted to them? You know what I mean? It's everything but like, what kind of genitals do they have? It's the opposite of how MAGA operates. Let me put it that way. And then, like, I probably, as one of the lesbians told me at Pride when I was working for the Kamala Harris campaign, I'm a soft femme switch, right? Like, I can be dominant or submissive, but outside of the bedroom, like, I'm very nurturing and empathetic to my partner. That's where the soft comes in. Femme is like lipstick lesbian. Yeah, I'm just giving you ideas of how all of this works and how misunderstood it is at places like this. JoJo Siwa very much dated several girls and then decided, oh, but also I can date men. I'm gender queer, right? So probably most likely pansexual, which is probably how I identify, right? Like I it 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 transcends gender. It's more about who someone is. And this creep is now standing there saying this stuff about her. By the way, she's basically like a child. Like, it's disgusting. If you don't know who JoJo Siwa was, she was on Dance Moms, like, and now she has, I don't know if it's like 100 million. She has a lot of followers online.
Nature is healing. That's great.
Nature is healing. Like, because young blonde-haired blue-eyed girl is like discovering her sexuality and you're making a joke about it. You need to heal, sir. Like, it's not JoJo that's confused. Like, let me just point to the confused person in all of this. It's that man. Like, I cannot. Okay, so again, now this is Charlie Kirk, who runs Turning Point USA. I just want to give you an idea of what was going on before we get into more of the Epstein stuff.
And another thing that this generation increasingly believes, they don't necessarily believe that immigration makes your country better. You only get Mamdani, you get Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib not just because of illegal immigration. It's legal immigration that is also the problem.
I just want to be clear. He is now talking about people who sit in Congress, who are citizens of the United States, who happen to be brown, and saying they have no right to be here. And let me just tell you, because I don't like to get in my emotions or be like, hey, like, this is what America was built on. Mathematically, none of this is correct, right? Mathematically, the reason we have the number one gross domestic product in the world is only because of immigration. Like, this is not correct. Especially now, like right now, we are in population decline, and you're saying we don't, not just able-bodied laborers, but like the students that come to American universities who are overachievers from different countries, who drive immigration or drive innovation, who create patents, who drive like invention, discovery, medicine, all of these things. These people are not Americans. They weren't born here, not the majority of them. And again, I just wanted to say that none of this is mathematically nor factually correct. I just think when I saw this clip, this is Charlie Kirk taking off his mask and being like, hey, I'm an uneducated white nationalist. Like, let me just show you who I really am for 30 seconds.
And another thing that this generation increasingly believes, they don't necessarily believe that immigration makes your country better. You only get Mamdani, you get Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib not just because of illegal immigration. It's legal immigration problem. When you allow a bunch of people into your country legally, share your values, turns out they don't always assimilate. Mamdani and his entire family came here legally. They didn't come across the southern border. No one can tell me that that person is improving the United States of America. He's a self-righteous, narcissistic parasite on New York City and should be expelled from politics. But
just say something and just understand this. I was raised by a malignant narcissist who I actually find to be like almost like a cute puppy. That's like my plaything now. But when I was raised by her, I was like, man, there is a really intelligent monster who's going to kill me. Like, and I need to be very scared of her. Like, you can project whatever you want on Mamdani if you can read and if you can do math. None of those things are true. It might be a confession from you. I don't know who you're talking about other than yourself. That's like, read Freud's interpretation of dreams. That is, the projection is unreal from Charlie. Are you talking about you? Because you could not factually be talking about Mamdani. That's not true. He spent his life in service to other people. He's a citizen of America, as is all of his family members. This is Charlie Kirk's like insecure, like. And I just want to say this. I hear you, white males. Like, you feel like you're losing your piece of the pie, right? Like, I can, like, your insecurity, it's not mathematically true. Like, you're still reigning supreme. And I keep saying this, like, it's statistical analysis. The way we determine who is being disproportionately discriminated against in America, it's statistical analysis. It's math. And when that actually becomes you, yeah, I'll fight for you to not lose your rights just as hard as you didn't fight for me to lose mine. Let me just say it that way. As hard as you did not give a about my rights and my bodily autonomy, I will fight for you. Because I think that it will be, just as much as you were apathetic and didn't give a shit about anyone but yourselves. But now, like, what we are experiencing in America, and I want everyone to understand this, is white male insecurity and fear. It's not like mathematically, their fears are not true, but they believe they're some sort of endangered species. Is this mathematically true? No. But what we are experiencing is deep-seated insecurity and fear, right? And they're like, before it happens, we need to do something. We need to clamp down on power now. We need to claw it all back. Like, there's too many brown people. There's too many women who are making sense. We got to do something about it. Like, it's unbelievable to what, like, the insecurity. So I'm not saying, I think we should be very concerned, and we should probably, I don't know if fear is the right word, but like, also just recognize how insecure white men are. Like, what the are you guys doing? Like, imagine never having anything, white males, never having any power, always being a minority, always having nothing, always having to prove that your brain did work despite the fact you were a woman, or despite the fact, like, I guess it just comes from recognizing you have something to lose. Some of us never had anything to lose in the first place, which I will say, it is the best way to live. My favorite way to live is to have nothing to lose, because nobody can leverage you. And like, when you have, exactly, thank you, Kirsten, we can smell the insecurity. It's wafting through the air, through the northern jet stream in America. Like, you guys are terrified of losing something. You are not even losing. You're winning more than ever. And you guys are still terrified. What the is going on? Like, it's fascinating to watch. And I mean this though. I understand fear and insecurity. I think everybody is plagued with fear and insecurity and racing thoughts, right? Like, I get that. But when you take that fear and insecurity and your racing thoughts and fear about what may happen, anxiety, and then you turn that into oppression of other groups of people, because you deep down inside know you're not good enough, not fast enough, not smart enough, not strong enough, that's when we all are going to have a problem with you.
Let him in. Maybe it's time. Maybe it is time for us to reconsider almost all of our political orthodoxies. Do immigrants really make our country better? Some do. Some of our amazing Cuban immigrants here that I see in the audience, you've assimilated, you make America better. But if you come from Somalia and you refuse to learn our language, adopt to our...
Can I just say, you can't function in America if you don't learn English. So what are you talking about?
Customs and assimilate? I'm sorry, America is closed to the third world until further notice. We are not a dumping ground for the...
Cuba is the third world. This is like, Charlie Kirk is so dumb. And I'm just going to help you, MAGA. If you believe that Charlie Kirk's brain works, then your brain does not work. If you're thinking, oh, Charlie Kirk, if you're like, oh, he just talks fast and never breathes, so he's right. No, Charlie Kirk's not right. The third world are people who didn't take sides during World War II. And then we started stealing the minerals and like out from under their feet, right? And devaluing their currency. Like you don't even know what the third world is. Cuba is the third world by definition. Like the delusion is not lost on me.
Rest of the planet.
Just want to show you this is what's going on at this conference. So then here comes Laura Ingraham getting involved, which is like, God help us all.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve. So I was going to get to that. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Again, MAGA can't follow instructions, Laura. So, and here's my least favorite person ever. Like, the most bitter blonde woman that was dethroned because she, flew too close to the sun, which is the lesson. It doesn't matter how blonde you are, how beautiful you are. If you are a woman trying to exist in conservative politics, this is why I always say when I'm debating, I don't want to fight women. I don't want to debate women because you're already going to be eaten alive on the right. You don't need me to embarrass you publicly. Like, that's always going to come for you. Like, anyways, you're going to be eaten alive just by the simple fact you are a woman and no one respects you. Thanks, Scott, for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate it more than you know. Thank you for helping me pay for my dad's doctor's appointments. But this is like Megyn Kelly, bitter weirdo, having a conversation with Charlie Kirk.
No, we all have busy lives, and President Trump has a busy life, and I don't think he realizes how much he's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her. She is the person who's she's either lying now or she was lying then. There's no two ways about it. And if you accept, no, we all have busy lives.
Here's my issue. Megyn Kelly, and I'm saying now that I tell you this, and either you've already noticed it on your own, she's always attacking other women on the right. I don't even attack conservatives, women on TikTok. Why are you trying to shit on other women? Let me help you, Megyn Kelly, which I think your brain works. So you must already know this, right? They can't say the truth. Trump doesn't want those files released. So she's now just saying, let me go after another blonde woman who has more power than me on the conservative side and try to make her a scapegoat. And by doing so, maybe Trump will recognize I'm not correctly identifying him as the person that's actually making all these decisions. Again, if Pam Bondi is gotten rid of, the next AG, if it's a man, still won't release the Epstein files because the only person that could do that is Donald Trump. So sitting here and being like, oh, let's all blame this on Pam Bondi so MAGA can be like, yeah, that woman's up to something. And the fact this woman who's had this done to her is now part of this is fascinating to me. Like, don't never turn your back on Megyn Kelly. She's a special type of horrible.
Yes, 100%. You think about, like you mentioned, Jeanine Pirro would take no prisoners. She's totally confirmable too. She'd be great in this role. Like, it's not like there's no bench behind Pam.
She's not confirmed. What? Jeanine, just to be clear, box of wine, Jeanine Pirro, yeah, she takes no prisoners if we're talking about a box of wine. I don't know what you're talking about otherwise. She's suggesting box of wine, Fox 5, Jeanine Pirro replace Pam Bondi as the Attorney General of the United States. Why? Because she's uglier and you feel less threatened by her? Like, Megyn Kelly is something else. Like, we are now in crazy town.
Bondi. Look, there is a bench. Jeanine could do it. Harmeet could do it. Even Matt Gaetz can't do it. He could do it, but
he's not confirmable.
Yeah, he's not confirmable.
Matt Gaetz for a special prosecutor, that would be very interesting.
Now that would be...
Oh, let me just explain the hypocrisy you just heard. These people are upset and trying to burn Pam Bondi at the stake for not releasing the Epstein files because MAGA's deep in pretending they care about children. Matt Gaetz had his congressional investigation released. We know for a fact he was trafficking children. And these two who are saying or trying to use Pam Bondi as a scapegoat to say Trump is not protecting, Pam Bondi's not protecting children are saying, oh, let's install an actual known child trafficker as a prosecutor for the DOJ. Like, if you don't get this, MAGA, and I'm MAGA, I know you don't because you can't get there on your own. So I'm going to help you. This is all a sham. None of you are protecting children. I know that because of math. You're taking food out of children's mouths. You're taking Head Start. You're taking their access to pre-K, which we know limits the lifetime earnings of children. You're taking education from them. You're making it harder to protect children. The only time you suddenly care about traffickers is this random Epstein stuff, while still cheering on. This is someone from the audience saying, oh, let's install Matt Gaetz, another child trafficker alleged who was investigated in a congressional investigation. And that's how I know MAGA doesn't read. That's all out there. You can read. And they're like, we're so mad about child trafficking, and I would like to nominate from the audience the other alleged child trafficker to head up the child trafficking investigation. And again, the only person who can release those files and who everyone's lying from is the guy that says men shouldn't wear makeup and has makeup on every day. That's Donald Trump. Also Matt Gaetz. But you know what I'm saying. You tell me how any of this makes sense. MAGA, if anyone wants to request it, explain to me how this is not all a hypocritical mess, I will allow it. If anyone wants to explain how this makes sense. So you're like, yeah, that blonde lady we all said was hot and who accepted illegal campaign donations from Trump and is literally the swamp, is not just a lobbyist in the swamp, but a lobbyist for Middle Eastern countries in the swamp and people acting as foreign agents on U.S. soil. We loved her. But now that she's just following what Trump wants her to do, we want to paint her as a scapegoat. And our replacement for her is another person who has been investigated and had to leave Congress for alleged child trafficking. If any MAGA person wants to request and tell me how this makes sense, now is the time. You guys are frauds. All of this is a joke. Your brains don't work. My suggestion is to read. There are primary sources out there about all of this. If you care about children, you would never vote for a conservative. Period. Mathematically. If you understood what the policies of conservatives do, they do not protect children. They do not help children learn, grow in a safe environment. In fact, it's the opposite. So now is the time to explain how someone who was investigated for child trafficking in Congress should replace the woman you guys think is covering up child trafficking, but the actual man who's covering up is the child, or I'm sorry, let me get this right. The person found liable for sexual abuse, who's been credibly accused by 26 women of all telling the same exact story. And somehow you guys are all protecting women and children. Why is no one requesting to explain to me how this makes sense? It's so weird. I just can't understand, MAGA. Tell me again how you're protecting women and children. Why is no one requesting to tell me how you're protecting women and children. I'm so lost. Like, lead me through the weeds on this. Like, I cannot see the forest for the trees. Because my brain still works. I can still follow a line of logic. This is an absolute S show.
About someone tomorrow, so that might be speaking at this.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Okay.
but Megan, you make a very astute point, and let me add to it, which is that she also brought in some of our best influencers, people that I care about deeply. Jack Posobiec, who's incredible. Libs of TikTok, Chaya, DC Drano.
Yeah.
And she gave them these binders, and she humiliated them.
Yeah.
She didn't do any of that. Trump told them. And they all advertised it saying Trump told us he's releasing the Epstein files. None of this is actually Pam Bondi.
And you guys know what I'm talking about? Where she did this stuff.
Well, if you're saying that Trump did all this and you're trying to pin it on Pam Bondi, then sure, yeah.
Remember this?
And
yes.
You guys were upset, but you shouldn't be upset at the influencers. They were handed these binders like there was something incredible in them.
It is what you would do.
He's talking about libs of TikTok. He's saying libs of TikTok, the person that harasses the Orthodox Jewish woman, Chaya or Chaya Rychek, depending on how you pronounce her name, who terrorizes the LGBTQ, who is Charlie Kirk's best friend. Right? He's talking about Jack Posobiec, who accepts, it basically is an influencer who accepts money to push conservative lies. What the lie that Charlie Kirk is now trying to paint is that Pam Bondi lured them all to the White House. They had no idea why they were going there, and they just showed up and were given fake Epstein files. Now, me, because I live on X, I know they all knew why they were going there. They advertised it and said, now we're getting the Epstein files. Then they all took pictures with these binders, and allegedly, because you know what you do with a binder is then you go and read it. And then I never heard any of them say after that, oh, these aren't the Epstein files. They were all like, yep, we got all the information. We have it. Thanks, Donald Trump. And now for some reason, they're trying to pin this on Pam Bondi.
To an enemy. It would have been a brilliant operation had she loathed them and been looking to undermine them. The trick would have been perfect had this been Joe Biden's White House doing this to some of President Trump's most loyal supporters and media advocates. What happened was they invited all of them there to say hi to the vice president, to say hi to the president. Sure, they all went, of course. Who wouldn't go? To the White House to say hello to Trump?
He told them they were getting the Epstein files.
Didn't expect anything on Epstein. So they went, they said hello, and before they knew it, they were pulled into a room with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, and she had made the binders. She bragged about making the cover.
Can I just say, that's what the Attorney General of the United States does. She sits around making binders for idiot influencers who are paid to lie for Donald Trump. That's what the Attorney General of the United States does, makes binders. Thank you, Megyn Kelly. Now, MAGA's probably I know because I've seen how many people underneath this clip on X are like, yeah, that's what happened. Now, again, if this makes sense to you, it's time for an MRI.
Sheet that read Epstein files, phase 1, and she handed them out. And what Liz, who was there, told me was that she told them, there's not that much in here, but another trove is coming. I'm going to get it from the FBI, but here's phase 1. Flash forward 14 hours earlier to when she was on with Jesse Waters on Fox News saying, oh, you're going to see some Epstein.
I'm just responding to Navy vet. This happened in the second term. This happened in February. It was a whole thing. I mean, I live on X, so some people, I get different news than everyone else, but no, this happened in Trump's second term. They all knew they were going. They're going to get the Epstein files. And did anyone say, this was months and months and months ago. Was anyone's hey, there's nothing in here? Did I ever hear Jack Posobiec being oh, this is all a sham? No, of course not. They are trying to They can't. This is MAGA or them trying to quell MAGA and say, oh yeah, obviously someone's lying. The only person that can release those files is Donald Trump. If your brain works, you can get there. If your brain does not work, now you're like, some woman's a liar. Like, yeah, it's one or the other. The only thing Pam Bondi does is work for Trump and do whatever he tells her to do.
Documents tomorrow. She knew they were bullshit. She knew that there was nothing in there. She told the influencers when she gave it to them, there's really nothing in here. I'm going to try to get you more. And in the meantime, then they funneled them out the back of the White House.
She said that because Trump's like, pretend to give them the Epstein files. And she was honest because the only person that she works for is Donald Trump. So if you guys are upset that you don't have the Epstein files, if your brains worked and or you were not pathological liars, the only right answer is, I no longer support Donald Trump. He's a pathological liar who's hiding something. Pam Bondi didn't run on releasing the Epstein files. Donald Trump did. I know you can get there. I know you can do it, MAGA. You're right near the opening of that paper bag you've been lost in. There's a whole side that's just open that you can walk. So you can do it.
House where all the press corps was. And the influencers are standing there with these binders. They didn't even know they were there for Epstein. And they look.
And we have sorry, I just happened to glance at the comments. How do I just invited someone up who said Trump derangement syndrome. This is perfect. You can come up and explain to me what is deranged about being able to follow a line of logic. I'm waiting. I also just followed you. TT sucks 20. Hey, come on up. Let's tell me why I have Trump derangement syndrome because my brain works effectively. It's so weird you're not up here. I did send you a request. I can send you another one to get up here and tell me why my brain doesn't work. Because I'm fascinated to hear this. I know, because you made the mistake of thinking like, oh, there's a woman, her brain must not work. You have made a tragic mistake. Now you are just, if you do not come up here, you're an impotent weirdo who could not accept a challenge. I have Trump derangement. Explain to me the flaw in my logic. Trump derangement syndrome is not being an idiot? That's what I think it means. Is like, oh, I'm not an idiot in cognitive dissonance. Why is he not up here? It's super strange. We're all sitting here. 527 people are waiting for you to explain why my brain doesn't work. God, everyone just. I did follow you, so you could message me later. My brain doesn't work. You're an impotent weirdo who's terrified. Yeah. There's a lot of things. Just throwing out facts here. Someone's brain works. Oh, it's so weird. He's not up here. I sent him an invite. I'll try to find him in the comments and send him one more. Like, I mean, it's so strange. No proof. Oh, he's commenting more. I'll send one more invite. I didn't realize he was still writing more. It's so weird you're not up here defending your line of logic. You said something. Now defend your position, coward. What? I'm so confused. I sent a second invite in case anyone's wondering what the update is. It's super strange you're not up here saying something of substance. God, this is such... You're not up here. We don't know where you are, sir. You said my brain doesn't work. I promise you don't want the smoke publicly. It's best to be a coward. I would run if I was you too, because this will not end well for you. Just, premonitions. It will only get worse if you come up here. But You're the man that keeps saying things in the comments. So if you are, in fact, a man whose brain works, you should, in fact, come up here. Oh, exactly. Trump always chickens out. MAGA always chickens out. Don't ever come in my live and speak to me if you don't have the guts to come up here. And none of you ever do. Please. Like, I can't with MAGA Ved. Just couldn't get it up when it mattered. So close, yet so far. Someone's brain doesn't work of the two of us, right? There's a 50% chance it's me. But if my brain didn't work, why would 500? And honestly, if I was a man, there'd be 2,000 people in this live. That's the truth. But why would 525 people listen to a woman talk if, in fact, my brain didn't work? That's how deductive reasoning works. It's so, you're still not here. I don't it's so strange. Men, it's just so weird. Yeah, I mean, we have a 50-50 chance. Everyone can just put their money on whose brain doesn't work. I promise it's not mine. And imagine that's your response to being faced with, like, hey, you're being lied. Mathematically, you've been robbed. You've been home invaded. You're in a cult. You've been stolen from. And then it's like, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, someone's brain doesn't work. The guy who's robbing you told you that whenever someone tries to inform you you're being lied to, that's the response you should give. And on Clockwork, you're just idiotically like, yeah, my brain doesn't work. Anybody who says Trump derangement syndrome, just don't write that. Just just say, hey, I'm in a cult and I'm an idiot. I cannot, if my life depended on following a line of logic, I would perish. That's another word for die. I just like vocabulary. Okay, sorry if this is why I try not to get distracted, but I did tiny D syndrome. That was a good one. Someone in the comments said TDS is tiny D syndrome. Isn't it always? Oh my God, I think I'm going to have to say that more because it is. It always is. Oh, were you just going to type a couple things and run away like a scared coward? Shocking. Absolutely shocked. But you're welcome back anytime, Tiny D. Anytime you get up the courage to really say those feelings you had, all those thoughts in your head about women whose brains are whose synapses are firing and connecting better than yours. Anytime, you're welcome back to mutter incoherently at us. Anyways, please stop distracting people whose brains do work. So this is a CNN reporter, and this is like in real time while this Turning Point USA shit show was going on. President Trump called Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Kirk is sitting there and actually, in my opinion, running incoherent cover for Trump. They're not technically blaming him, but they're blaming Pam Bondi. But Trump likes Pam Bondi, apparently, because that's what we all found out on Sunday. President Trump called Charlie Kirk Saturday to express his support for Pam Bondi after being shown clip of Kirk seemingly supporting Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino over Bondi at Kirk's Turning Point USA conference in Florida. So Charlie Kirk got the call and was like, what the f are you doing? And Midas Touch responded to this CNN reporter's post and said, regime propagandists getting their orders from dear leader. Oh, Charlie Kirk, you're getting dangerously close to the truth. Which is because, MAGA, you're 1 degree removed. Pam Bondi does nothing Trump doesn't tell her to do. So therefore, if Pam Bondi is just a yes man, who is lying to you? You can get there. You can get there. Or you can yell, that woman has TDS and I don't need to come and defend it. I promise my brain works. Yeah. It's one, or you could just accept that you have no idea what's going on. Thank you so much for the fireworks display. Okay, this is a good one too. I said I was going to show you some clips. So again, Dan Bongino, who's now the assistant deputy director, this guy has had a podcast talking about this Epstein cover-up and how we need to relentlessly demand the Epstein files be released and everyone's up to something. Let me just show you an example of what I'm talking about. This is why he didn't show up to work Friday, because MAGA is decimating him on X, being like, hey, you fucking weirdo who's on your knees for Trump, you told us that you were going to deliver, and you're just a liar who's on your knees for Trump now. That's why he didn't come to work.
Please do not let that story go. Who has Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book? Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is that. I mean, there's.
Oh, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
This isn't about Epstein or 9/11 or JFK or RFK. It is, but it isn't. It's about a bigger thing. If you're lying about that, you're lying about everything. Who's on the Epstein tapes, folks?
So is Dan Bongino lying, or is he right? If Trump's lying about that, if Pam Bondi, because if your brain works, which the guy who came in here and screamed Trump derangement syndrome, I have a strange feeling you're still in here because you probably like being humiliated. And if that's the fact, you're out, your brain doesn't work. But let's just say some of MAGA's brains work. And if your brain works, Pam Bondi is just another yes man for Trump. And if you believe Dan Bongino wholeheartedly, like all the times he said the world was ending and it didn't, and if you're lying about Jeffrey Epstein and you ran on releasing those files and saving the kids, even though you guys have done everything to decimate the lives of women and children, mathematically, that you say you want to protect. Because mathematically, if you care about women and children, that's a progressive issue, then you would move to the left and vote there. So we know you guys don't actually. You just want to control women and get the kids back in the mines and the meatpacking factories once you get all the brown people out who you're insecure about working harder than you and being smarter than you. But let's just say, you can't be both. Do you have the spine to say that Trump's a liar? And this is the least of Trump's lies. Like, I would be online for months, never ending, listing all of Trump's lies, hypocrisies, grifts. But this is the one that matters to you, MAGA. You can't be both. He's lying to you. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to get on your knees and take it? Are you going to bend over and take it? Are you going to be like, hey, sir, let me give you a Andrew Jackson while you make a fool out of me? And when I say make a fool out of me, I want to be clear what I'm talking about. While you're giving Trump a Andrew Jackson and cheering on the big, beautiful bill, that was the largest transfer of wealth in one bill in history to the top of the economy. And unless you're one of the 1,000 billionaires of the world, 1,000 odd billionaires, which none of you are, let's be honest, then you were robbed by the guy you're giving a Andrew Jackson to right now. And you're embarrassingly showing up on the internet while giving a Andrew Jackson to the guy that home invaded you and robbed you and telling me my brain doesn't work. Now, that's your current existence. That's what you guys are all doing. What do you do about it? Just keep going? Your wrist must be exhausted. Or you just get a wrist brace and just be like, I'm just going to power on through and keep going. Giving a Andrew Jackson to the guy that robbed me. Or do you just be like, oops, made a mistake? That would be what someone whose brain works would do. But my guess is that you'll just keep giving that Andrew Jackson while being robbed. And that's why I showed that clip of saying they're not stopping at one reconciliation bill. There's going to be more. They're going to transfer more wealth. You're going to be robbed over and over while your professional job is to give Trump a Andrew Jackson online. Just saying.
Who's on those tapes? Who's in those black books? Why have they been hiding it?
And this is something Donald Trump has talked about. The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Always wonder who would be the third under the wheels of the bus after Mike Waltz. Space Karen. And now, is it going to be blonde-haired, blue-eyed Pam Bondi? Or does she have brown eyes? I don't know. God, she's done everything Trump wanted, and none of you can figure out that it's him. It's all been him. But just keep going with the Andrew Jackson. No reason to stop. Anyone want to say I have Trump derangement syndrome? Please, as soon as you type that in the chat, make sure you're requesting. Oh, look, we have a special guest. I love Johnny. I haven't seen him in a hot minute.
Hey.
Hey! Sorry, I'm on one today.
Hey, no, I was just scrolling through. I was trying to invite Diava to battle, and then Diava was busy, so I said I'm just going to pick Felice.
Oh,
Hi, Felice,
sorry. I'm doing a whole thing. I cannot battle right now, but I.
Oh no, I'm not asking you to battle. I'm waiting for Diava. I was saying I'm looking for something
about
to
Andrew
do.
Jackson's. Yeah, just like you caught me at the right time. Did you hear anything of what I was just saying? Oh,
no, what you guys talking about?
It's terrorizing Trump supporters. It's no big deal.
That's good. Get any good ones?
No, just some guy, said I had Trump derangement syndrome. So I was just going through the line of logic that Trump promised you the Epstein files. Now you're trying to, whilst the biggest transfer of wealth in one big, beautiful bill just happened, right, to the top of the economy. So you're basically giving a Andrew Jackson to the man that home invaded you and robbed you, whilst your other promise was the Epstein files. And now you're trying to throw Pam Bondi, one of the most loyal idiots, under the bus for the fact you can't get your hands on the Epstein files while you're busy with one hand giving a Andrew Jackson to the guy that home invaded you, and then with the other hand typing in my chat during my live that I have Trump derangement.
Hey, I had a great conversation too. I had a good conversation too. Oh yes, there was a Trump supporter. He came up and he said he married his cousin. That was it. That was
Listen,
it. Yeah.
Well, I have something to add to that, and I wish I didn't, but I wish I did it also. I wish I did not also. There is a guy, oh my God, it's escaping me, but he's actually a very high-ranking state Tennessee Republican who got on the House floor in the Tennessee State House, and his defense of cousin, I want to say effing or cousin marriage, was that his grandparents were first cousins, and he would not exist if it wasn't for his first cousins marrying. And he was saying that he was upset because Tennessee was finally banning cousin marriage, and that he wanted to say that if gay men could marry under Obergefell, that he wanted to use that same defense, which actually the logic is sound. I actually agree. I actually don't. There are states that approve, and this is logic, and stay with me here, people, because we're about to get in the weeds. I actually don't have any problem with first cousins marrying. There are states that allow it, but you have to get genetic testing before you have children to make sure your children won't be like double dominant genes or something that would be affected by that. But yeah, like this is a common thing Republicans do, where they're like, oh, well, under Obergefell, and the logic of Obergefell, if gay men can leave their property to whoever they want, then so can cousins. It's sound logic. That's what Republicans fight for. But with one hand, while giving a Andrew Jackson to Trump, the guy that is robbing them actively in real time. Why do I hear banjos right now?
Planet.
Exactly. We should have banjos.
8 billion people. 8 billion people on this planet Do not find love in the room over, everybody. Please do not find love down the hall. Okay?
You do. Get the proper genetic testing to ensure.
Just don't. Just don't. There's 8 billion people. It'd be more convenient to find somebody else who's not, literally spending the holidays with you in more ways than one, you nasties. Nasty.
Well, I mean, but hey, I have Trump derangement syndrome is what I've recently. It's me whose brain doesn't work. Johnny, we should do some debates together. I love you. If you guys aren't following Johnny, I do. I love Johnny. He's the funniest person. I'm going to throw up. We're totally grossing everyone out right now. Sorry.
A little gross. Listen, you know what? Hey. The Trump supporters on my side are very happy with what you're saying now. And we had one Trump supporter who said, yeah!
Listen, the logic is sound. I think I agree with you, though. I think we should move on from marrying cousins,
Oh.
But whatever. Anyway,
right.
How did you do that? How did you just zoom in on your own camera? I need to...
I take my 2 fingers and I just...
Oh, you're on your phone. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I have like a deal. I was like, man, I should really... I thought you were doing that. But you're on TikTok Studio, right?
No, this is just a phone. All my studio is back at my other place. Right now I'm across the country.
Oh, okay. Are you in LA?
I may be in California, but LA...
Well, I just saw your protest coverage. That's where I was going. I really loved your LA protest coverage. It was good stuff.
It was just in Ventura. We did Ventura County and Anaheim. And it sounds like there's another protest tonight, but TBD on where that will be. I've come to learn that I shouldn't tell people where I'm going to be until
I didn't.
I'm there.
You're somewhere. Yeah, no,
I'm somewhere.
Very popular, Johnny. Somewhere.
Tori. Hi, Tori. I love you, Tori.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we have separate chats. I'm like, who the f- is Tori? Hi, Tori. I was like, what the f- is going on? Okay, I've got to go back to yelling at people who don't deserve it. Later, I have no idea how to end.
How to leave.
Oh, my God. How do you
I can
leave?
do this. I can do this.
I have no idea how to end this. There's
I can definitely figure it out. I can figure it out.
We're trapped in here for all...
No, I got this. I got it.
You could do it. Ugh, thank God, because I've never... I love Johnny. If you don't follow Johnny Palmedesa, he's great. It's like, at first I was like, God, he's so funny. And then there are just moments where he just spits some knowledge too. Like Johnny's brain, the neurons are firing. MAGA won't know what that means, but I'm telling you, he's a good person to follow. I think I just accidentally doxed him. Okay. I love that you guys love him. I do. I'm either watching you, him, or Pickles. I know. Such great choices. I miss Pickles. Okay. This is what I wanted to show you guys, though. So I'm trying to think of how to preface this, because I think I'm getting super annoyed with, I think Trump loves the divide between the right and left. And I think the far right and the far left, what we have in common is that we both are actively recognizing something's wrong. And that's what I try to say when I debate MAGA. Like, okay, you're recognizing something's wrong. Like, you feel it, it's like MAGA men that's what they're trying to say. Like, I feel like I'm losing something, like someone's taking something from me. Now, they think it's brown. They think brown people are stealing from them, but it's like they're like right neighborhood, wrong address. Like they know something is wrong. They know someone is taking from them. They're losing something, but they can't figure out that it's the person they keep voting for. So this is going to not go over well, but I'm about to show you Tucker Carlson's speech at this conference. And what I want you to look at is like, again, I don't ever trust Tucker Carlson's intentions. I think he's very bitter about Trump. He's been shut out of the White House press corps. I think there's a lot of reasons. Like, Tucker Carlson's a very wealthy guy, but he's giving a lot of Steve Bannon vibes, right? Like, Steve Bannon has money, but Steve Bannon hates technocrats. He hates billionaires. He hates, you know what I mean? Like, he's OG MAGA, like the far right libertarian vibes, the fake libertarian vibes. Like, libertarians believe in open border. but you know what I'm saying. The fake libertarian vibes of MAGA. So I just want you to hear this and understand, like, when these moments erupt in time where people are starting, the far right is looking at Trump and being like, this isn't what you promised us. Like, we were going to vote for Bernie Sanders in 2016. Like, these are the moments where we have opportunity to have conversation that could be healthy.
This is more people in one place than I've seen since the last Charlie Kirk event I was at. So it's hilarious. So I noticed everyone's been talking about Epstein tonight, and I want to kind of differ from the crowd a little bit in saying that I watched Ben Shapiro yesterday, and no, before you boo me, I thought he made a really solid point. He's like, it happened a long time ago. Who cares? And by the way, we should trust the government and whatever the bureaucrats tell us. And by the way, it's wrong to ask a lot of unauthorized questions. So I just want to go on the record to say I think that's absurd. And it's exactly the kind of thinking that I've personally voted against in the last election.
And I'm not going to go back and play Ben Shapiro's dumb speech, but it's like half of MAGA is basically like, move on. And like gaslighting MAGA, like Trump never ran on releasing the Epstein files, and like there's no there. Stop. What are you guys doing? Why do you guys care about this? Even though we promised you all of this, there's nothing there. Stop. Right. So in a way, like, and by the way, at first, Kash Patel, who spent his entire off season, we'll call it, while waiting for Trump to possibly make him FBI director, saying that the Epstein files were a thing and we should relentlessly pursue them, came out and was like, no, I'm with Trump. There's nothing there. Let it go. So that's what I'm saying. This divide is growing in MAGA where they're like, what the F are you talking about? Let it go.
You're getting rewarded for it. The unfairness of it drives you crazy, and it's particularly galling in the case of Jeffrey Epstein and the whole constellation of people around Jeffrey Epstein, all of whom seem to be getting away with scams. And how do you know they're getting away with scams? I'll tell you how, because they're useless and they're rich. So how do you come to a place where some of the least impressive, most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires? How's that legitimate? And by the way, if you ask this question, at least in Washington, it's like, oh, well, yeah, it sounds like you're a socialist. Sounds like socialism. Yeah, okay, I'm a socialist now. All right. I was a Qatari agent or a bigot. Now I'm a socialist. All right. Leaving aside my committed socialism, can you answer the question? How did Bill Ackman get $9 billion? Bill Ackman, a pretty impressive guy? I know Bill Ackman. No. Bill Ackman's like well-connected and super aggressive. That's it. And I think, well-connected, super aggressive people deserve a fair living like everybody else. But if you're accruing $9 million just because you're willing to do anything, I don't know why we have to pretend that's good.
Well, let me tell you, what you just heard Tucker Carlson say, by the definition of how conservatives operate in late-stage capitalism, he is now a communist. No, that's a fair thing to say. Is, hey, just because you're a Nepo baby who's a shitbag, should you be one of 1,000 oligarchs that exist like in society? No, I think actually I agree with that statement. I don't know what his motivations are for making it, but I agree with what he's saying. But by definition, because Mom Dami said, hey, or because he's brown and said, hey, I have a lot of very mathematically sound ideas. Like, that's the facts. The math is mathing of how to make groceries cheaper in New York City, of how to subsidize transportation in New York City. And I'll have tons of money left over to do other things with. He's a brown communist that's an enemy of the state. That's the reality. From Tucker Carlson saying a simple truth. Why do all these people, why are they continuing to amass wealth? Why are they using that wealth to buy the Supreme Court? Why are they using that wealth to buy Congress, to change laws, to now form an autocracy so that no one can take their wealth away from them? and saying that, hey, I don't want to stop making money, so I'm going to steal from the middle class and the poor. Why? Like that's, I mean, just for asking those questions. Yeah, that's, I mean, if Tucker Carlson wasn't who he was, then he would be labeled a socialist just for the comment you just heard. And like, I just want to say, I am so tired of this argument, but I just want to preface this before you hear it, because I don't want you to stop listening when you hear him say something gross. But what Tucker Carlson is trying to say in this clip is like, hey, cool. Okay. Trump spent hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people. Okay, cool. Boys shouldn't be on girls' soccer teams. That's super cool. But like, hey, everyone's still poor. We have huge problems. And Trump keeps distracting everyone with the trans issue. And I'm like, what about the real problems in America? Which is exactly what I've been trying to say. Like, recognize, don't let Trump completely divide the far left and the far right, because there are similar lines of logic and ideas that come out of them. I don't know why Tucker Carlson's trying to join the far right. Like, you were you were the billionaire's lackey, but why ever he's saying this stuff, like, his point, I mean, the point is sound that I've been saying. Like, Trump has rode this trans issue hard. I don't know if anyone has ever rode horses, but there's this expression, rode hard and put away wet. Like, this is what Trump, like, the trans issue is stop now. Like, no one can go to the doctor. No one has any money. The largest transfer of wealth has just happened. You're continuing to manipulate financial markets, pretending that you're doing something with trade policy. Like, address the crisis in this country.
You should keep the boys off girls' soccer teams. But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers. At some point, I want to look around and see a better country. I want to see a country I recognize. I don't want to see people sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't want to see people ODing on drugs. I want to know where those drugs coming from. Why can't you stop it? You've got the U.S. military. Don't you have SEAL Team 6? Like, what are they doing today? Don't you have Delta Force? You could give me another segment about how impressive the U.S. military is? I believe you. Why aren't they employed to make my country better? Why are my cities disgusting? I don't want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food. And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable. And create an economy where my kids can have kids.
Despite the disgusting racism, right, which speaks to this crowd, understand that. For some reason, MAGA responds to racism and bigotry. Look, if you believe the answer is kicking brown people out of this country, that's mathematically idiotic. It's the fastest way to a smaller gross domestic product. That's not the answer. But pointing out, what I'm trying to show you is, it's like right neighborhood, wrong address with these people. It's like they get that something is wrong, right? But they still want to appeal to the racism, the bigotry, the isolationism, the nativism in MAGA. But what he's saying is, stop deflecting with the trans stuff. This country sucks. Like, my kids aren't even gonna wait. Hold on, I forgot. There's a second part to this. I think he makes the point with less bigotry in this clip.
And create an economy where my kids can have kids. How about this? How about we just make the measure really super simple? Can my children have without the benefit of like the great luck I have had, can they have a roughly approximate life that I had? Or how about just a middle class life? Can they like get married young as I did and like have 4 kids and, take a couple jobs, work hard and all that stuff? But in the end, it's like, fine. Can they do that? Or is that like so remote a possibility that you need to tell me that Iran is the real threat? Take my mind off the fact that you stole all the money and screwed up my country beyond recognition.
Nailed it. I mean, can we all listen again and I hate Tucker Carlson. And someone said, this is a bitter person, like, who's mad at Trump. Yeah, I said this I've said this since the start of the live. Release yourself from why people are saying this stuff. It is true, right? No new wars, Trump. Another lie. He promised you the Epstein files. He said, when I'm president, I'll end the Ukraine war in one day. This man is essing Putin off on the reg. He has no power to do anything. He started more conflicts than he stopped. No one respects him. None of this is real. Wake the F up. When you have Tucker Carlson, who has a lot of money to pass on to his children, correctly identifying the problem here, which the real problem is this: Iran put a hit out on Trump, and this is that I mean, I see it so clearly. It's so clear. He promised Netanyahu he could bulldoze and attack whoever he wanted if in the end he hurt Iran, so Trump could say, see, come for me, I come for you. And I only say this because I was raised by a malignant narcissist who's much smarter than Trump. Like, they only care about themselves. Like, Iran came for Trump. This is like, he couldn't come for them directly. This is he had to do it indirectly. But Tucker Carlson, who has enough money that his kids don't have to worry, nailed it. That's the truth. Stop distracting me. Like, nobody has anything.
And create an economy where my kids can have kids. How about this? How about we just make the measure really super simple? Can my children have without the benefit of like the great luck I have had, can they have a roughly approximate life that I had? Or how about just a middle class life? Can they like get married young as I did and like have 4 kids and, take a couple jobs, work hard and all that stuff? But in the end, it's like, fine. Can they do that? Or is that like so remote a possibility that you need to tell me that Iran is the real threat? Take my mind off the fact that you stole all the money and screwed up my country beyond recognition. So,
whatever has brought the truth out of Tucker Carlson, let's keep telling the truth, because that is what happened. If it's bitterness, fine, be bitter and say the truth finally. And someone said, it's not luck, it's built in. No, Tucker Carlson actually comes from nothing. Like, Tucker Carlson was like a local reporter. He worked on, like, he's been from network to network, fired over and over. Like, it was like a happy accident. And him completely selling out and denying all his morals to get to that position on Fox, where he amassed the equity in the stock to make the money he's made. But like, oh no, yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Someone said his dad's rich. His dad's a diplomat, right? I just wanted to make sure I was sure who his dad was before I said it. Yeah, like, he's a journalist. What was he? He's like, now you see with Trump, ambassadorships are like gifts. Like, he was the ambassador to the Seychelles, which that's actually a lovely gig. But yeah, he was a newspaper, wire service reporter, magazine writer, documentary filmmaker. I guess in that sense, compared to me, who literally whose parents had nothing and came from nothing, I didn't know he's Boca. What? Oh no, that's where he died. Never mind. I was going to say, I thought Tucker Carlson was from Boston. His dad was from Boston. Okay. Naval Academy Preparatory School. Yeah. So more than most, but like, again, I don't know. Like, just, he's another reporter. But again, I just want to be clear. The money Tucker Carlson has came from his job at Fox when he was given stock in Fox News Corp. That is, and the money and the stock they paid him to leave. Like, if you under the majority, like what Tucker Carlson was given when he was spreading lies and peddling lies for Fox, let's say Entertainment News Corp, and then what they paid him to go away, I don't know how much money his father left him or whatever. I don't know that. Like, it's more than I ever had, but what he had got from Fox News Corp, from spreading those lies or what they call entertainment, I guarantee you that's the majority of the wealth. Like, once it's why Laura Ingraham keeps going. Like, once you have equity in Fox News Corp, that's the money. Just say, I mean, but I don't want to get lost in what is going to happen to Tucker Carlson's children. That's not the point, right? People aren't him. He's trying to say, you're a grifter, Trump. You stole all the money. There's no financial future for anyone in this country. You passed the big, beautiful bill, which was a transfer of wealth. We are watching you grift and grift and grift and try to convince us that Iran is a problem. Like, for once, Tucker Carlson said something real. And I don't give a what Tucker Carlson's up to, but people on the right listen to him. Like, there was, before Trump perverted MAGA and turned it into a cult, they were borderline libertarians who didn't want to be robbed anymore and felt the Democrats had moved too far to the center and no longer cared about poor people. Like, that is the lesson of this whole thing, is the center is always the problem. Mustache Man came to power because people stopped caring about wealth inequality, and some grifter popped up and was like, don't worry, I'm a socialist. He was not a socialist. Surprise! Not of the long knives. He unalived all the socialists. He was not a socialist. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think people spend so much time hating the far fringe right, but those are people that get that something's wrong. There's people correctly identifying what's wrong, and then there's people who are like, everything's fine, let's just keep this going, right? Like, that's the real fear. And when grifters pop up to take control, that is what Trump did. He did a Mustache Man. He's like, oh, no one's listening to you? Well, I'm a billionaire. He was not. He was not a billionaire. Don't worry, I have my own money. I would never take any of yours. Look where we effing are now. When you don't address wealth inequality, which I wasn't going to do this now, but I think I want to show you guys our de facto cult leader. Robert Reich made such a good video. And if you're like, who the F is that? Well, he's our de facto cult leader on the People's Receipts. He was the former labor secretary for Donald Trump, and for Bill Clinton. And he's a professor at UC Berkeley. And I just want to show you, this is what I'm talking about. Because I know there are people that can't get past listening to Tucker Carlson, but I think you should release, when people are delivering the correct message on the right. You don't need to tell me what a shady weirdo Tucker Carlson is. I know. But anybody who's willing to say the truth on the right, then okay. But I just want to show you that. Why? Okay, now you can. I was like, where is it? Okay, listen to this. This is what I'm talking about.
Grow a spine. I've been around politics for 50 years. I've witnessed this again and again. Milquetoast Democrats lose to Republicans, have an existential crisis, and then claim it's time to
move to the center. The Democratic Party should move to the center. I think they need to move to the center.
When Hubert Humphrey lost to Nixon, Democrats said time for the party to move to the center. When Jimmy Carter lost to Reagan, move to the center. When Walter Mondale lost to Reagan, just a little bit further. When Michael Dukakis lost to George H.W. Bush, center. I saw it up close and personal in 1994 when Democrats got walloped in the midterms. After that, President Bill Clinton announced that
the era of big government is over.
What did he mean by that? Policies that seemed politically expedient or moderate at the time, but had devastating consequences. Cuts to welfare programs and the deregulation of Wall Street. With every big loss to Republicans since, where have the Democratic establishment, donors, and talking heads claimed the party needed to go?
Center.
But where is the center anymore between Democrats and Republicans? Halfway between truth and lies? Between democracy and oligarchy? Between freedom and fascism? By moving to the so-called center, Democrats have failed to fight the forces that led us to Donald Trump. widening inequality, economic insecurity, and the unchecked political power of corporations and the rich. Now is not the time for Democrats to retreat to the center. It's no time for compromise or Republican-light policies. Democrats must hold Donald Trump accountable, not capitulate to him. Democrats must oppose the cruel MAGA agenda of deporting millions of undocumented immigrants who are so vital to our communities. They must defend LGBTQ plus people from attacks. They must stand on the side of reproductive freedom. Democrats should call out the oligarchs who are taking over our system by buying up media platforms and turning them into right-wing cesspools and making gigantic campaign contributions in exchange for tax cuts and rollbacks of health and safety and environmental protections. And they should stop drinking from the corporate money trough themselves. It's time for Democrats to get big money out of American politics. Democrats must listen to the millions of people who have fallen behind and are crying out for the status quo to be shaken up on their behalf. Now is the time for Democrats to build on what the Democratic Party used to do before it tried to move to the center. Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Strengthen safety nets.
Afflict the comfortable. Like, oh my God, I'm not going to cry, but like now you get why I said Robert Reich. If you've never met Robert Reich before, he's our de facto cult leader on the People's Receipts because the math is mathing, right? Like this is when I like the way I describe this, like this is basic math, right? And when the far right is lost in saying, well, people are telling me brown people have my money, I think they should get out of here. What they're saying is someone's taking something from me and I'm busy working. I'm exhausted. I cannot correctly identify who, right? But that is the respect I have for the far right is they know something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The people are like, everything is fine. Like, let's just all ride it out in the middle. That is how Mustache Man came up. By being like, oh, don't worry, come over here. I'll fix it for you. And we all know how he fixed it. Someone asked how you can get this video. I'll find this video right now in my outline. I will put it in the Discord. And Robert Reich, he runs Inequality Media and has a PAC. It's like Inequality Civic Action. He and produces stuff like this all the time. Yeah, I just found it. Okay. I'm going to put it in the Discord right now. You can find, if you're not in the Discord, you can join in a link in my bio, in my link tree, and just don't just click on the link, copy and paste it and put it into the browser. But yeah, I'm going to put this video right now and I'll address it to everyone and put it in the Discord because I know it's good to hear someone who makes some GD sense every now and again. Okay. I thought I sent it. Okay, I just put the link in the Discord.
On corporate greed, make the super rich pay their fair share. Fight for unions and shepherd an economy where profits are shared with the workers who make them possible. Because there is no center between a government of oligarchs and a government of the people.
And I can't say that enough. If you, like, after the election was lost to Trump, who, just understand, we had a man pathologically lying, promising the brown people he intended to violate the Constitution, to violate their rights on U.S. soil, to deport, demonize, terrorize. He lied to all of them so they would vote for him. He lied to everyone about everything. Right? Like, we had a grifter. We had a mustache man telling a bunch of lies to win an election. And immediately, and I see, and I'll show you, I actually will show you a clip after this. I see Gavin Newsom actively correcting himself. But yeah, I saw Gavin Newsom being one of the, we need to move to the center. I need to make a podcast and interview Steve Bannon. That's the answer. We shouldn't have been too nice to trans people. I'm going to say this slowly. And MAGA, if you are in fact who you say, if you're for states' rights, if you're for small federal government, all the things that what you're trying to oppress brown people and women that you're for, if you're really for those things, then this will resonate. I don't care who you are. I don't need to know who you want to have sex with. I don't need to know how if you're a man or a woman. I don't need to know anything about you. All I need to know is that you're a human being that exists for me to understand that you have inalienable human rights that I will fight to defend you for, right? Like, if you hear any Democrat implying we need to move back to the center, this is idiocy. Basic human right is healthcare. In every other developed country in the world, there is universal healthcare. If you are dumb enough to believe you need to sell your right and your children need to sell their life force to a corporation for the possibility they could get some antibiotics if they get sick, when Trump is letting disease spread and reign free, like, please. Like, that is not reality. Nobody needs to live like this. Sorry, I get very passionate about this stuff. I want to find this clip of Gavin Newsom, and again, I'm not saying love Gavin Newsom, but Gavin Newsom is he has an almost photographic memory. Like the Gavin Newsom I used to like, who's great under pressure, who when someone attacks him, he attacks back, who's a formidable foe, who will defend whoever he sees fit, who he wants to defend with his own life. Like that Gavin Newsom, I've seen signs of him recently. Like the more Trump attacks California, the more I see the Gavin Newsom before the guy who was doing the podcast. And I want to show you, like, the reason I brought up the Gavin Newsom has a photographic memory, it was one of the most valuable things I've ever seen about him. The way he looks at a spreadsheet of data and like commits it to memory and can turn it on someone at a moment's notice. It's like, there's a person in him that can lead, right? I think he got really lost in let's move back to the center. Like, the answer is not the center. I don't care how you identify. I don't care who you want to have sex with. I don't care what religion you are. If you're an American, then I will defend your rights actually, I'll defend any human being's rights. But I want to show you this clip. I was going to use it as like a little commercial, but this is Gavin Newsom on a podcast. This is the Gavin Newsom I used to like. Is freaking out. I thought it was oh my god, I never did get a puzzle piece. Sorry, I thought a puzzle piece was popping up and it didn't. Sorry, I'm gonna start it over. And that does remind me, I've been live for 3 hours and there was no puzzle piece.
Played elsewhere is innovation, entrepreneurialism.
Sorry. Oops.
It separates our game from the game played elsewhere is innovation, entrepreneurialism, more patents, more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates in my state than any other damn state, more Fortune 500 companies in my state than any other state. Look that up.
This is Gavin Newsom with eidetic memory. I don't have a photographic memory. I think his is better than mine. This is the guy that could defend us all if he stops trying to move back to the center.
It separates our game from the game played elsewhere is innovation, entrepreneurialism, more patents, more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates in my state than any other damn state, more Fortune 500 companies in my state than any other state. Look that up, because I know people are rolling their eyes and saying, no, it's Texas. You're wrong.
It's true. I looked it up.
And we're, by the way, a donor state. We provided $83.1 billion more than we received from the federal government. Texas took $71.1 billion. I'm not saying that to bash Texas, but you know what? Pretty proud of my goddamn state.
I saw
Punching
that
above
too.
our weight, man. But AI.
Can you repeat those numbers?
$83.1 billion. We provided more to the federal government than we received in the same year that Texas received $71.1 billion more than.
If you look at like a map of who, and let me explain to you why this is important. Because what he's saying is, if you look at who are welfare states and who aren't, Texas looks like they're not one. But he's saying, actually, after producing revenue and giving it to the federal government, they're still receiving billions more. He's saying they actually are still a welfare state, which I did not even know. And I didn't have time once I found this clip, because this was just posted this morning on Tennessee Holler's account. So I actually just started doing the research, and it's like, this is the Gavin Newsom that can win a presidential election. I prefer Chris Murphy, but I'm just saying, this is the guy who was like, oh yeah, nobody, like, this man is holding all of this information in his mind.
They provided to the federal government.
So you're net positive.
Net positive. 9 out of 10 of the donor states are Trump states, and I don't mean that pejoratively, Trump. 7 of the 10 are Republican states, but 9 out of the 10 dependent states, welfare states, are Trump states. The donor states disproportionately the blue states. 71% of the country's GDP comes from blue counties. Mm-hmm. These same crack-up counties with all these crazy liberals that can't get out of their own goddamn way and the world's come to an end. It's 71% of the economy of the goddamn country, man. It separates our game from the game played elsewhere.
That is the Gavin Newsom that can be president of the... That's the guy I knew, the lawyer. What he's saying is, because that's the truth, right? Even when you're inside a red state, blue counties are 71% of the gross domestic product of the United States is being produced in blue counties. You know, the bleeding heart liberals that can't make decisions while we're supporting everyone else. Yeah, he's alive and well, people. I found him this morning. Let's just listen one more time, because it's like the guy that was like fluffing Steve Bannon on a podcast. It's like, where the are you? I thought he was going to do a podcast and use that brain to attack people. It's like, I guess he's back.
It separates our game from the game played elsewhere is innovation, entrepreneurialism, more patents, more engineers, more researchers, more Nobel laureates in my state than any other damn state, more Fortune 500 companies in my state than any other state. Look that up, because I know people are rolling their eyes and saying, no, it's Texas. You're wrong.
It's true. I looked it up.
And we're, by the way, a donor state. We provided $83.1 billion more than we received from the federal government. Texas took $71.1 billion. I'm not saying that to bash Texas, but you know what? Pretty proud of my goddamn state.
I saw that
above
too.
Our weight, man. But AI.
Can you repeat those numbers?
$83.1 billion. We provided more to the federal government than we received. In the same year that Texas received $71.1 billion more than they provided to the federal government.
So you're net positive.
Net positive. 9 out of 10 of the donor states are Trump states, and I don't mean that pejoratively, Trump. 7 of the 10 are Republican states, but 9 out of the 10 dependent states, welfare states, are Trump states. The donor states disproportionately the blue states. 71% of the country's GDP comes from blue counties. Mm-hmm. These same crack-up counties with all these crazy liberals that can't get out of their own goddamn way and the world's come to an end. It's 71% of the economy of the goddamn country, man.
That is the Gavin Newsom that can lead this country. I don't know what he was doing for a while, but like, it's like, oh, there you are. It's nice to see you again, weirdo. Thank you for showing up and stopping acting weird. What is happening? Okay, hold on. I don't know what's about to happen, but let's just see. Hello? Hi. Did you mean, you've been in the request for a while. Did you mean to do that? Okay, I'm just assuming no. I just thought it might be that guy that told me I had Trump derangement syndrome, possibly from a backup account. If anyone accuses me of something, I do want to finally give them a chance, even if they're hiding who they are to say. Just had to check. But Steph, thank you for the $5, the super chat on YouTube. You just showed me a world where Tucker Carlson can be respectable, and now I'm scared. I know, Tucker Carlson, like, the point is not what the motivation is, right? Like, I think that's the point with Space Karen. It's like the motivation is he's agreed. He's the richest man in the world, getting $8 million a day in government welfare, and now like his subsidies were taken from him, so he's angry and bitter. I just think when you're fighting off fascism, you can't be picky about the why, right? Like, I don't care why Tucker Carlson has decided to ally with Steve Bannon and go after billionaires. I just think if someone's speaking the truth, then we need to acknowledge it. That's the most important thing. And if it's let me show you. I want to show you Jamie Raskin because this is like, let me show you how deductive reasoning works. I love watching MAGA like wander around in the dark and being like, thank you for the gift. Thank you guys so much for all the support. If you would like to support me, this is my Venmo and Cash App. That's what this means. And if you would like to support me, all this research, all the clips and stuff, why does this, okay, there it goes. I was like, why does it never update? It is much appreciated. Okay. I want to show you how a person whose brain works actually could just correctly identify what's going on with the Epstein stuff. Wait, let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, this is the first because I think there's 2 clips of this. So Jamie Raskin, I say this all the time. You guys know how I feel about the gentleman from Maryland. He's the chair of the Oversight and Accountability. Wait, did I get that wrong? Is he the Judiciary Chair now? Yeah, he's the Judiciary Chair now. But he one day could sit on the Supreme Court. This is one of the foremost constitutional scholars in the country. And I think it's super easy to figure out like Trump's lying about the Epstein files. Like if you just ask someone whose brain works.
Doubt it. Maybe there are some Republicans doing that. And we do know, look, why would Trump not want to release it at this point when he's been demanding an open, complete, comprehensive accounting and release? Either one, he's implicated, and they don't want to doctor the tapes, or at least doctor them any further, because there is that mysterious 1 minute missing of the tape in the prison. But so either he's implicated, or there are other high-ranking Republicans he's covering up for, or there are people on there that he wants to use this as leverage against, which we know is also a big, MO for Donald Trump. He would like to have the coercive leverage of possessing this arsenal of information around them. It'd be much better for everybody to come clean, and let's vindicate the public interest here. I'm going to be asked, doubt it.
That's how deductive reasoning works. I would like to present option 4, a combination of the first 3. I think option, let's just say a comprehensive combination of all of those. But that's how someone whose brain works can figure things out. Mac is like, we need to burn Pam Bondi at the stake. This is that blonde woman. She's up to something. What are we going to do about her? Couldn't be the man saying no men should wear makeup, but has makeup on every day. Let's not look at Orange Grandpa. Like, it's, we can't, you can't help these people. They're still helping them. They just let them fight their way out of the paper bag. When one whole side of that paper bag is open, they could just walk out. There's no way to help them. And like, this is how someone I just want to give an example of like, if your brain works, this is the kind of things that you say.
It'd be much better for everybody to come clean, and let's vindicate the public interest here. I'm going to be asking Chairman Jordan to call for a hearing where we subpoena the Attorney General and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel to come in and tell us everything that we know, because this thing is really spinning out of control at this point, and there's one way to put it to rest, which is to come clean, as President Trump promised he would during the campaign.
That's so strange. And like, MAGA, I know you don't watch. I am obsessed. Congressional hearings are the new Super Bowl. Get on board. Trust me. If you think the Super Bowl is interesting, meet Congress. Like, these people are out of their minds. But let me help you with what happens. He is going to do what he's saying. He's the chair of Judiciary. He's going to go there. He's going to try to subpoena these people, and Republicans are going to vote it down. Now, if you are not being home invaded, robbed, and lied to by a bunch of pathological lying fraud grifters, why would they not? This is the answer. You just heard it. We'll just subpoena all these people. We'll get them under oath in Congress and just say, like, What do you know? But this will never happen because of your orange leader and savior, the guy who says men shouldn't wear makeup but continues to wear makeup every day. Now, you can say, that woman has Trump derangement syndrome. We need to do something about her. Why is that woman showing her shoulders and talking so much? Get back to your country, white power. Or you could be like, hey, it seems like every single thing I was promised, I was lied to about, and I might now decide to look further into things. Like, it's one or the other. I think you will probably go with the Trump derangement syndrome, but it's just, I'm just providing options. You know what I'm saying? That just options for the few of you who are on the fringes of the MAGA cult, because I've met you, right? Like, I love that Pickles used to be like a pretty important gamer because I think he attracts like young, like red-pilled Republican, like 19-year-olds whose brains actually work. And you can catch them and be like, you can think? You can follow the line of logic? Oh, you're going to follow it all the way to the left. Because if you can think your way right out of that cult, but it just depends on if you want to think. But, none of you do. The majority of you who vote and who are deeply entrenched in the Trump cult, you guys don't want to think. You don't want to hear the truth. I just want to show some other clips I think are interesting of the cognitive dissonance. This is Caitlin Collins having Richie Torres, who, look, I love Richie Torres, but this is another example of somebody like super beholden to AIPAC. Like, I don't want to get into it, but yeah, it's like the Cory Booker problem. But again, Tim Burchett, I could bring up clip after clip of him saying that there's a 3 PDO ring, that we need to expose everyone, that he knows something no one else knows, that Trump's gonna expose it all, and now let's see if Tim Burchett is walking the walk or talking the talk.
A wise person once said, when a clown enters the palace, the clown does not become a king, the palace becomes a circus. And so we're seeing a confirmation that the Trump presidency is nothing more than a glorified circus, staffed not by actual government professionals, but by clowns, by television personalities. And Donald Trump and his acolytes have spent their political career fanning the flames of conspiratorial politics, and now it's coming back to haunt them. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino falsely accused the Biden administration of quote-unquote a cover-up of the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy. But for me, the worst offender is Pam Bondi, who, as Attorney General, said that the Epstein client list was on her desk, waiting for review. And that turned out to be a lie. And so the Trump administration has no one and nothing to blame but itself for fanning the flames of conspiratorial politics.
I think that's fair. Now let's hear from weird backwoods Tennessee conspiracy theorist who sleeps with his AR, Tim Burchett. What's he got to say?
He ran against was everything that he did, and so if he did the exact opposite, it just doesn't figure. Yeah, everybody's upset about this Epstein thing. I'm sure Trump is too, but I don't think Trump's on that list, because I think if he was, if there is in fact a list, but I've studied criminal.
You spent years saying there was, Tim. It's very confusing that now you're confused if, in fact, there is a list when the FBI said there was a list. It's super weird now, Tim. This is the guy that said aliens were flying drones off the East Coast. Does anyone remember when every Republican in this country was convinced we were under attack from alien drones? That was led by this man. Tim, you're not sure if there was a list? That's all I heard you talk. I love how Tim, is it amnesia? Is it the old conservative amnesia? Or is it me that woman's got Trump derangement syndrome because her brain works and she remembers all the hypocrisy and lies that we tell. Someone needs to tell her to pipe down. Yeah, I hope my brain stops working. I think I would have an easier time in this country if I get less intelligent.
If there is in fact a list. But I've studied criminal behavior for a very long time.
Studied? I can't.
And they rarely keep a list of the criminals that they do business with. But I suspect what you'll find eventually is going to be those flight logs, and the flight logs don't show anything other than people flooding with him or on his plane that you ran against.
Tim Burchett, the dumbest person in Congress, has been studying criminal behavior. What? These people, we're in a nightmare that is never going to end. Yeah. Who said that? I say that every day. Bliss would be exactly hold me down and drill a hole into my frontal lobe. I want to be as stupid as MAGA. I don't want to know that you guys are all stupid. Just put me out of my misery. I should not be living in this timeline. I don't want to be the only one that knows that you guys are idiots.
Congressman Burchett, can I ask you, because you defended Dan Bongino, you said he's a friend of yours, and you talked about his time in the Secret Service. The deputy director at the FBI is an incredibly serious job, and they do a lot of the work running that department, as we've spoken to past deputy FBI directors about this. Is it okay with you if he just doesn't go to work because he and Pam Bondi are in a fight about the Epstein files?
I can remember during the Biden administration, you had the man who was over our military didn't show up.
Yeah, but this is about right now.
I just want to make sure everyone understands what the dumbest man in Congress just said. We're talking about one issue and about lies and obfuscation and the assistant deputy director being like, there's a huge cover up. I refuse to come to work. I hate this place under Trump. And the dumbest man in Congress, well, listen, I don't know if he's the dumbest, but he is very much one of them. I've watched Tim Burchett for quite a long time. He is super dumb. And his response was, once... Oh my God, I was going to get it wrong again. I don't know why I always mistake. Sorry, I can't say it wrong again. I'm going to name a wide receiver for the Cowboys other than a 5-star general. I've just done it enough times. I can't do it again. I have to look. I'm about to say someone's name who had sex with Kim Kardashian, and I just can't do it. Okay, Lloyd Austin, not Miles Austin, the man that had a brief rendezvous with Kim Kardashian and was a wide receiver for the Cowboys. If I do that one more time, I'm gonna it literally. Lloyd James Austin III. His response to this whole cover up, obfuscation, and lies is Lloyd Austin had cancer and didn't tell anyone and was in the hospital to get an operation. That's what he said, if you're wondering. So when you listen again, just understand that is one of the dumbest people I've ever heard speak, who continuously elected to Congress. That's his response.
Can I ask you, because you defended Dan Bongino, you said he's a friend of yours, and you talked about his time in the Secret Service. The deputy director at the FBI is an incredibly serious job, and they do a lot of the work running that department, as we've spoken to past deputy FBI directors about this. Is it okay with you if he just doesn't go to work because he and Pam Bondi are in a fight about the Epstein files?
I can remember during the Biden administration, you had the man who was over our military didn't show up.
Yeah, but this is about right now what's happening with the president you voted for.
I don't remember CNN. I don't remember CNN raising a ruckus, or the Democrats.
Oh, we did cover Secretary Austin's hospitalization.
He's never away from his. He's never away from his phone. He's never away from his computer. And just because he's not in the office does not mean he's working. Honestly, I do.
But someone in the Biden administration who's a 4-star general had cancer. Let me help you, Tim. We are not talking about that right now, and your brain does not seem to be working. And MAGA, again, if you think that is a response to you being home invaded, the largest transfer of wealth in a single bill, while you're giving Trump a Andrew Jackson and typing that I have Trump derangement syndrome, well, this guy's bringing up that a general had cancer. Like, this is, you need an MR. It's you. If any of this makes sense to you, it's not me. It's not, that woman's not making much sense. Like, it's not me, it's you. You need to get an MRI, but you probably can't because you don't have insurance because it was all just taken away. Get it before those Medicaid cuts after the midterms. The time is now. MAGA, get your MRIs now. 2027 is coming. You're not going to have no insurance. Yeah, I thought they were against working from home. I know. Exactly. It's the most productive type of work is working from home. Oh, yeah. Trump blamed Obama, too. Oh, yeah. I have that clip, too. I just don't know how many ridiculous clips of this I can show. I have the clip where Trump blamed Obama. I think at one point he blamed Hillary Clinton. He's like, wait, I'm trying to get it right. Wait, I want to show. Let me show you a meme. It's not exactly about that, but it's kind of funny. It's like, God, I hate how that happens. We need to release the list. There is no list. The list is on my desk. The list is fake and made by Obama. Like, this is MAGA. If your brains work at all, the answer is not Trump told me to type in chat's TDS. The answer is all of these people are lying to you for some reason. You can figure out who that is. He also blamed it on Hillary Clinton. Another, like, and MAGA's like, these Democrats keep pointing out that people are liars. I can't stand it. Yeah, it's everyone that keeps just being like, hey, this is all very weird. None of this makes any sense. Blame all of us. Let's go to a Republican C-SPAN caller. I didn't know if I'd get to this clip, but I think it's time. This is just a Republican that called into C-SPAN. I love these people.
Kayvon in Indiana, line for Republicans. Good morning, Kayvon.
Hi, yeah. Lifelong Republican here, although I have never voted for Donald Trump. And I just want to echo Rhonda from New Jersey, saying I agree with everything that she says. I voted for Ronald Reagan. I voted for George Bush. I voted Republican my whole life. But this Donald Trump is not a Republican. He's an evil, evil man. Just look what he's done in Brazil, where he has put that whole country on ransom, saying if they don't adjust their tariff rates, saying if they don't let Bolsonaro go, he's going to put higher tariffs on their country. Is nobody watching this? Is nobody just like...
MAGA's not watching this, sir. Your brain works and you very clearly can read. No, MAGA has zero idea what you're talking about.
What is this? This is not a world leader. This isn't a politician. This is a dictator. This is an evil, evil man who needs to be stopped. And I agree completely with Rhonda. If there is a God, I don't know if there is one. If there is a God and he's watching, we're screwed. America is screwed.
Thank you, sir. That's just a random Republican. See, I told you this live was going to be full of hope. This is where we laugh so we don't all cry. I told you. That's a man from Indiana. It's like, he's like, Rhonda from Indiana's right. We're all effed in the A. We're not going to survive this. And by the way, it was dumb to vote for Ronald Reagan, but don't tell them that. You know what I mean? Like, we can't tear Ronald Reagan from them yet. But God, like, at least they can correctly identify a grifter. Like, we got a guy in the White House. What if Biden was selling cologne? You know what I mean? Like, would we be feeling this way? And I don't know if it's time to do this, but I think I should, because, like, we need a bit of Robert Reich. I have 2 Robert Reich videos. Oh, thank you so much, Haley. You're the best. I've been a TikTok subscriber for 300 days. Oh my God. Don't make me cry. You're the most brilliant, beautiful, genuine human being, and I'm so glad you're back. Thank you so much. And yeah, the People's Receipts is just all about making sure no one in this country feels gaslit who finds this live. Like, yeah, because you're not crazy. I'm not crazy. The crazy people are the weirdos that come in this live and say that we have Trump deranged syndrome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it endlessly. I want to just wait. I want to make sure. Yeah, this is what okay. I'm just making sure it's the right clip. So I always say Robert Reich is my de facto cult leader, but it's the same message that Bernie Sanders preached, that the far right before Trump, before they joined the cult and were in an information silo and cognitive dissonance. They were like, yeah, Bernie Sanders is making sense. That's all Robert Reich is saying, is the same exact things that Bernie Sanders is saying. And then once Trump got a hold of him, I don't know if anyone noticed the shift, but one of the most disturbing shifts I saw in MAGA, or what was the far right that turned into MAGA, was this belief that like deregulation is for me. No, it's not. It's a transfer of wealth to the top of the economy. And like, if you debate MAGA, they'll be like, deregulation's great. No, your brain doesn't work. That's not how math works. But Trump did tell you that deregulation was going to make your life easier. That's not the type of deregulation we're talking about.
Deregulation masks another kind of trickle-down economics, where the financial gains go to the top and nothing trickles down except risks and losses. Those in favor of deregulation claim that getting rid of burdensome rules frees up the economy to be more productive.
Like regulations basically should be default gone. Default gone, not default there, default gone.
He seems to have a lot of energy around reducing regulation. If I can help him do that, I'm going to help him, because we do have too much regulation.
The truth is, Trump and his minions don't really care about getting the government off your back. They want to get the government off their backs and the backs of their corporate donors. They want the government to look the other way so big corporations can make more money, even if they hurt you. Regulations protect you and me from being harmed, fleeced, shafted, injured, or sickened by corporate products and services. Take the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the government agency that protects you from financial scams. Trump and Doge gutted the agency, halted its regulatory work, and dropped major lawsuits against predatory banks and lenders. Republican lawmakers are also working with Trump to overturn regulations protecting you from excessive banking overdraft fees. Who the hell wants more overdraft fees? Certainly not consumers.
Billionaires and corporations. Like, this is the point. If you believe, like MAGA, you have the derangement syndrome. It's called cognitive dissonance. Also, while you're Googling cognitive dissonance, because I know those words have a lot of syllables, I would suggest after you're done possibly getting your head around that concept, just go on to Stockholm syndrome. That's where you begin to feel empathy for your captor. So I think if we cover cognitive dissonance and Stockholm syndrome, you might begin to understand the situation that you find yourself in and why you feel like you need to lash out at people who can follow lines of logic and whose brains work.
The moves will leave you more vulnerable to financial fraud and abuse while fattening the profits of corporate oligarchs. That includes Musk, whose corporations are regulated by the CFPB. On climate, Trump's deregulation spree has been a gift to the fossil fuel industry that bankrolled his 2024 campaign. His executive order on energy has set in motion dirty energy projects, including on public lands and waters. Trump's EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, a big oil insider, is overriding years of the agency's research and work to limit harmful greenhouse gases. Zeldin also announced that the EPA will roll back over 30 pollution regulations that were established to save lives and protect the planet. calling it
the largest deregulatory announcement in U.S. history.
Trump claims this agenda will unleash American energy and lower prices. But American energy has already been unleashed in the form of wind and solar power. These are the...
I saw someone in the comments, and I'm sorry I didn't address it at the time. I have a million things going on in my brain, but I saw it and I remember someone in the comments like an hour ago was like, still waiting for that promise Trump made that my energy bill was going to be cut in half. Understand, it's the opposite. When we when we deregulate, when we punish wind and solar, when we stop the subsidies around it, right? The cheaper energy is wind and solar. And it depends. I just want to say, like, the general idea when you think about, like, how can I get the cheapest energy bill for my house? It just depends on where you are, right? Like, I am a native born Phoenician. Solar panels are king here, right? Like, the sun is shining all the time. Like, we can run everything on solar panels in Arizona. But if you are on the eastern seaboard, wind, right? Like, wind farms might significantly lower your energy. Similar to, I've lived all over. People are always like, why the hell have you lived everywhere? It's because I'm insane and I just live everywhere for a little bit. I lived in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Don't ask, for a year. Like, I'd never experienced the northern jet stream, but man, is wind ripping through that place. Like, low wind is like, oh, the wind's only blowing at 25 miles an hour today. That is like the calmest wind in the northern jet stream. I mean, the wind is ripping through the Midwest, and wind farms are the cheapest form of energy. It just depends. Is Brett here? Brett, love you. You're the absolute best. Thank you for doing what you do. Sorry, I just saw everyone adding, like, talking to Brett. And I love Brett. He's the best. But the point is, there's many ways to get cheap energy. Let me blow your mind, because I know there's a couple MAGA just lurking silently listening to this. Do you remember the time when conservatives and Republicans and Trump started lying to you and saying that Biden had paused all LNG exports and that it was horrible and wrong? Do you know what was coming? Because I knew this before, because I can insert a lot of data into large language models. Like, I pay a lot of money to a service to be able to do that and analyze data. So I knew it, but I finished that final report, that LNG gas report. You know why Biden was doing that? Because he's an amazing guy. And the more we were starting to export LNG, what was going to happen, and here's the ultimate irony of it, in the South, where they use liquid natural gas for energy, within like 7 quarters, the price of liquid natural gas was going to skyrocket. And Biden hired the right people who can do math and protect price models inside the US, and they were trying to protect the energy prices in the South. And by the way, we never stopped fully exporting liquid natural gas. We just started exporting to places we couldn't control how it would affect the environment, and we didn't have like environmentally sound trade agreements with. But all of that was a lie, and the real finding of that report, you can go find it and read it if you don't believe me, but it's that everyone in the South that relies on LNG is about the prices of their energy is going to skyrocket. That's what we know from the big, beautiful bill. The nonpartisan people that analyzed the bill said everyone's energy is going to go up because Trump was bribed by fossil fuels, by the never-ending oxymoron of clean coal. Like, wherever you are, if you've got sun, use it to generate energy. If you've got wind, it's cheapest to use it to generate energy. And here's the truth. I don't love that the richest man in the world owns all these, owns like Tesla and stuff, but we have to move to clean energy. We have to. Trump's an idiot orange grandpa who says men shouldn't wear makeup, but wears a full face of makeup, has no idea what he's talking about, and wants to make us all pay more for things because he thinks he's in the 1800s and he's a grifting, thieving liar. We have to move to clean energy. We do. I don't like space, Karen. We still have to move to clean energy. Period. We don't have a choice. It doesn't matter who owns Tesla. It doesn't matter who owns the companies that benefit of it. The move has to happen. Like, if I was MAGA, I would jump ship for Space Karen, honestly. At least he's younger and smarter. Like, I don't know why they're still following that guy. Like, I think that's a testament to true cognitive dissonance. Because, like, if there was a chance it was not a cult, the logical defection would be like, oh, well, we have to move to a clean energy grid. And at least Elon Musk is a selfish, crazy person, but at least he has sound ideas around that. So I guess we'll just shift to this crazy person and follow that person, like maybe we could curb the Mars stuff and get some health insurance, but they didn't go. They're still following crazy orange grandpa. And that's how I know that this is a cult.
Sources that will lower costs for you, but Trump is discouraging their production. By relying more on dirty energy sources, big oil will profit, while the rest of us will end up paying the price in the form of more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and an even faster path toward climate destruction. Trump's deregulation has been a disaster for workers, too. Trump.
Not just that. I don't want you to think this is some sort of, because if you're dumb enough to think climate crisis isn't real, then I guess all those campers that died in the Texas flood, that's not a thing. But if you're still dumb enough to think that in real time, because I think the only way to appeal to MAGA is just your energy bill is going up. I think you should understand that.
Reversed Biden's executive order guaranteeing a $15 minimum wage for federal contractors, and even reversed a 1965 civil rights order against workplace discrimination. Trump also undermined the National Labor Relations Board, which defends workers' rights to unionize, by firing its pro-worker general counsel and replacing her with an anti-union corporate lawyer. All while Musk's SpaceX and Jeff Bezos' Amazon are suing to have the entire board declared unconstitutional. Trump's mass firings at federal agencies have upended the lives of thousands of federal workers. These are the people who oversee air safety, food and drug safety, disaster response, public health, and so much more. Again, less oversight for corporations, more cost and risk for the rest of us. This is just the beginning of the deregulatory agenda taking shape in Trump's second term. And thanks to Trump's directives, this agenda could be rammed through with almost no opportunity for public input. Normally, proposed changes to regulations must be posted for public comment. Instead, Trump wants regulators to immediately just cancel rules or stop enforcing them altogether. Trump and his pack of industry lapdogs, who are busy overseeing the same industry they once represented, will do well thanks to all of this. But the rest of us won't. We may not know for years the extent we are unprotected until the next financial collapse, next public health crisis, next upsurge in fraud, next natural disaster. So when you hear Trump or anyone from his administration say that gutting regulations is good for America, know the truth. Deregulation is just another form of trickle-down economics, where the gains go to the top and nothing trickles down except the risks and losses.
If you disagree, there must be some MAGA in here, because I debated all the time, and all you guys said was deregulation is going to be good for small businesses. Trump has just destroyed small businesses. He's empowered corporations and put small businesses out of business. Trump's trade policy is antithetical to allowing small businesses to enter a market. You can agree or you can request and tell me why that's not right. I would not recommend it because you'd be wrong. Every single move Trump has made has put small businesses out of business. If you are not a corporation that has unbelievable amounts of working capital to sustain the constant disruption to trade policy, you're out of business. And anybody that says that conservatives are good for capitalism at this point, you cannot do math. You don't understand a market. Period. You're just some person on your knees or exhaustingly giving Trump a Andrew Jackson. It can't be that you've taken an economics class. This is indefensible. The most popular trade on the market is the bet that Trump is manipulating the markets. Like, understand the taco trade. It's not that Trump, I think that MAGA is offended by that because they think it's questioning Trump's masculinity. What trade advisors are saying to people is understand that Trump is moving the markets purposely. He's a grifter. And you have to wait it out. Buy low, sell high. That's what they're recognizing is market manipulation, is grifting. You tell me how that benefits small businesses. I shall wait. It does not. It's the opposite. You're consolidating power at the top of a crony capitalistic market. The only way for free markets to exist is regulation. Without it, corruption reigns supreme. That's the point. And that's what you've been trained to believe. Socialism is a bad word. Socialism is the checks and balances on corruption inside a capitalistic market. Prove me wrong. Without checks and balances in a market, I think we just worded it wrong and people don't understand. There has to be checks and balances within a free market or we get Putin. We get Trump. We get Mustache Man. That's what socialism is. It's checks and it's regulation to stop corruption, to stop the average person who just wants to survive and help their family to survive from falling victim to corruption and crony capitalism. Exactly. Triska, how do you refute these facts, man? They can't refute. It's like, take one economics class. Just one. Take macroeconomics. It'll all become clear. Or you could just read something. I just want to say again, the most I ever learned was on my own. You also don't need to pay someone to educate you if you have the will to learn. If you have that if you're interested in things, if you want to know what's going on in the world, it's free. TikTok is one of the best learning tools, and that's why I'm so sickened that it might be ruined, because it's a free education. Take the free education. Walk out of cognitive dissonance and accept that you don't know anything and you might learn something. I do just want to, okay, wait, I have so many more things I want to talk about actually. I'm trying to decide. I want to talk about, let me just figure out where to start. This court order. So, okay, was it Friday evening or late Friday, a court order to stop the ICE raids in Los Angeles, came down, which basically, well, I'll just show you a couple clips because this is Karen Bass, who's the mayor of Los Angeles, talking about this, but I hate that. But the day after. So the court order came out on Friday, but this is, I think we'll start with the mayor of Los Angeles talking about it on Saturday.
We finally have some good news. I'm sure you've been witnessing what has been going on here. The random snatching of people off our streets by so-called ICE agents. A lot of times we really don't know who these masked men are because they don't have any ID. They jump out of plain cars with no license plates, tinted windows. They pull guns and they pull people aside and in many cases detain them. We don't know where they've been taken. They have no access to their families, no access to legal counsel. But today we got a great decision from the court, a temporary restraining order. So this has got to stop. They have to follow the Constitution. They have to have a warrant. They have to go about arrest or detention in a proper manner. And if people are detained, we need to know where they're going. They will have access to their lawyers. They will have access to their families. This is an assault on our democracy, and we needed to stop it. But I think today showed that if we band together and if we fight back peacefully, if we use the means that our democracy provides, and in this instance, the courts, we got a proper decision. Now we all have to hang tough and make sure that this decision stands. But I'm telling you, America, because what started in Los Angeles could be in your city next. So if that's the case, join together, stay united, defend our democracy, defend our Constitution. This is absolutely unacceptable, and we will not stand for it.
Yeah, so let me show you. I just want to show you a couple of clips about this. I think Jen Psaki did a really good clip about this too that has more information.
Okay, so as I just mentioned, we just got a massively important ruling out from a judge in the Central District of California. I have not read this during the break. Our producers have been reading through it. They're very smart. They read quickly. I'm about to talk to some very smart people who also can tell us what it means. But basically the backstory here is that last week a group of immigrant rights groups sued the Trump administration on the premise that the way Trump was carrying out his immigration agenda was illegal. And tonight, the federal judge in that case has agreed with them, issuing a temporary restraining order that blocks the Trump administration from doing a variety of things in Southern and Central California. Now, this is
because of the creepy Supreme Court that has ceded power. The Supreme Court of the United States ceded power to the executive branch and say, hey, we don't want to do our job anymore. You can do, right? No more federal injunction. So this is only for central. Sorry, I don't want to repeat it. I don't want to get it wrong. So I'm going to let her repeat it. It's not nationwide.
From doing a variety of things in Southern that blocks the Trump administration from doing a variety of things in Southern and Central California. Now, this is a quote from the ruling. The stop arrest plaintiff's ex parte application for TRO, temporary restraining order, is granted. Specifically, the order bars the Trump administration from stopping people to arrest them on the basis of race or ethnicity.
I don't know what is happening, why these clips are cutting out. I'm not sure because I don't have a problem with my internet connection. But what she's saying is, if you wonder why this lawsuit happened, many times Tom Homan has been on for-profit media saying that he is racially profiling people. You know, this is something he says, Stephen Miller says, they're racially profiling brown people. That is part of how ICE is operating. They don't need any of, they're just going out and they're saying, you look brown, you're near a Home Depot, we're coming to get you. And a judge in Southern California in that federal district is like, yeah, that's 100% unconstitutional.
Speaking Spanish, presence at a particular location, or the type of work one does. I guess somebody should get a copy of this to Tom Homan. I'm sure they are at this point in time. We'll see.
That's why she's saying someone should tell Tom Homan because Tom Homan, let me just give you an example. And this isn't, well, I'll come back to that, but this is Tom Homan literally being like, oh yeah, this is why they sued him.
Got to get your reaction to this Biden-appointed federal judge out in Los Angeles, apparently expected today to issue a temporary restraining order halting your lawful operations. She says, I think it's important for the court not to burden otherwise lawful law enforcement activities. Your reaction there?
Look, people need to understand, ICE officers and Border Patrol, they don't need probable cause to walk up to somebody, briefly detain them, and question them. They just need the totality of the circumstances, right? They just got through their observation, get articulable facts based on their location, their occupation, their physical appearance, their actions.
Again, you heard him say it, right? Every single word out of this man's mouth, and he said this many times, but this was 3 days ago, after the lawsuit was filed, and he's saying, based on occupation, location, physical appearance, we are allowed to accost people. That is the most unconstitutional shit a person could say. And that's why this judge granted this temporary restraining order. Because it's like, this man is publicly just being like, yeah, if you're brown and you're standing outside a Home Depot and you look like a construction worker, I'm going to f your life up. Like, there is nothing more unconstitutional than that statement that he just made.
Somebody briefly detain them and question them. They just need this totality of the circumstances, right? They just got through the observation, get articulable facts based on their location, their occupation, their physical appearance, their actions. Like a uniformed border station walks up to them at for instance, a Home Depot. And they got all these articulable facts, plus the person walks away or runs away. Agents are trained. What they need to detain somebody temporarily and question them. It's not probable cause, it's reasonable suspicion. We're trained on that. Every agent, every 6 months, get Fourth Amendment training.
That's why Jen Psaki was like, can someone tell Tom Homan how the law works? No, Tom, and someone, who's Tom, but I won't. Tom Homan sounds like he's drowning in his own cheeks. No, yes, that's a fair assessment. He does. No, what's happening with Tom Homan is it sounds like he is every time right before he goes to a media appearance, he gets injected in every nerve in his face with Novocaine. That's what it is. It's like he just came out of the dentist chair and there's like drool dripping outside of his mouth and he's like, hi. And it's just like drool is coming out. You know when your mouth feels like it's huge and your tongue feels like it's huge and you can't talk? It's like for whatever reason, I think he has no nerves or like no feeling in his mouth. And that's happening permanently to him. That is my theory. I don't like, I know exactly what I've meant. Like, it's like he can't feel his own mouth or his tongue. You know, when your tongue, when you're numb in your mouth or your tongue feels huge and you're like, I'm choking on my tongue. Yeah, like Tom Homan, that's what's happening with Tom. He's permanently coming out of the dentist chair.
Over and over again. These officers are really good at what they do. And if this judge would make a decision that's against what these officers are trained, what the law is based upon, then they're going to shut down operation. I think that's their end game. They want ICE to stop doing this. But if they base it on the rule of law, they're going to find out Border Patrol and ICE is doing exactly what they're going to do in accordance with law.
Yeah, Tom, you're an idiot. Also, you can't enunciate, and a federal judge says no more, Tom. Like, every word he just said in that ruling, it's like, yeah, this is unconstitutional. This is unconstitutional. And, like, it's really funny because decades ago, we already did this in Arizona. Exactly what he described. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, a Trump pardon recipient, someone who bribed Trump for a pardon, Sheriff Joe in Arizona. He did this, SB 1070. We racially profiled people who were standing outside of Home Depot based on what they looked like, based on what work they looked like they did. Yeah, this is all unconstitutional. It was all determined before. Like, Tom, are you okay? The answer is no. And the reason I'm bringing up how dumb Tom Homan is because this man, and again, I don't want to, I'm a teacher. I never want to insult someone's intelligence unless they publicly say that AOC is dumb and Jasmine Crockett is dumb. Tom Homan, you are dumb, sir. Please don't talk about people whose brains work as if their brain work. What you should say is, I feel deeply insecure that brown and black women are so much smarter than I am. That keeps me up at night. It makes me feel really small and insignificant inside, that I am worthless. And so because I feel that way, I go out and I call extremely intelligent brown and black women dumb. That's my own deep-seated insecurity. That's what you meant to say, Tom. Like, I can't listen. I'm sorry, I can't listen to Tom. He makes me physically ill when I listen to him speak.
thing that President Trump has taken seriously is protecting children while we're doing
couple
this.
more here, if we can get them in. Florida lawmakers visited the migrant detention center in Florida, which your administration has dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz said that the conditions there are inhumane. More than 30 people stuffed into a jail cell. She said they get their drinking water and they brush their teeth from the same place where they go to the bathroom. Madam Secretary, what do you say to these lawmakers who argue this is not humane treatment of individuals, of humans?
Well, our detention centers at the federal level are held to a higher standard than most local or state centers and even federal prisons. The standards are extremely high. Now, this is a state-run facility at Alligator Alcatraz, but they have
To be clear, she didn't answer any of the questions. She's saying, hey, we torment and imprison brown black people all over this country in horrific ways. And in keeping with that tradition, we're just doing it here too. The reason I'm doing this is like, MAGA, that's what she just said. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because MAGA, who are primarily white nationalist idiots, their first experience with how horrible jail is was the J6ers. And they're like, did you guys know how bad it is in jail? Yeah, I did. My dad was in prison. Yes, I did. I had to visit him there when I was a child. I very much understand how horrible it is to demonize American citizens as felons, railroad them into taking plea deals because they can't afford a lawyer and won't get out of prison and have to wait there until trial. Like, you don't need to tell me anything. But apparently, you just realized prison was shitty. The people that tried to attack Congress were sent to jail, and you think they're patriots. That's your first experience with this. Her response was not, yeah, it's horrible that we would treat human beings as subhuman, deprive them of showers, of clean water, of food, of beds to sleep in. Her answer was, yeah, we're shitting on people all over America in prisons. We don't give a shit. They're not people to us. As a matter of fact, it's legal to enslave them. So we're just doing that here too. That's what this woman just said. So keep that energy for the J6ers that tried to attack a federal building. Keep that same energy and say all of this is wrong. If it was wrong for them, it's wrong now too. Now, let me help you with what the difference was with the J6ers, because your brains don't work. Due process. What happened with J6ers is they had lawyers paid for them. They had a trial. They had a jury of their peers. Then they were sentenced to this prison or jail time or whatever. Due process. That's the difference. Do you get that? But again, if you're upset about the conditions in American prisons, and then you voted to just contract these same Geo Group and Core Civic who are running these inhumane federal and private prisons to then private prisons to then just continue it on with ICE. The Bureau of Prisons is now the second largest federal agency. The first is ICE. So keep that energy. Oh, you don't care because brown people aren't people. I just thought I'd try though. That's how I'm just giving you an example of how logic works. Just in case you want to get that brain firing before you accuse me of having Trump derangement syndrome. That's how logic works in debate. You got to follow it all the way through. It's hopeless. Don't even try. But I just thought I would try.
thing that President Trump has taken seriously is protecting children while we're doing
Couple
this.
more here, if we can get them in. Florida lawmakers visited the migrant detention center in Florida, which your administration has dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz said that the conditions there are inhumane. More than 30 people stuffed into a jail cell. She said they get their drinking water and they brush their teeth from the same place where they go to the bathroom. Madam Secretary, what do you say to these lawmakers who argue this is not humane treatment of individuals, of humans?
Well, our detention centers at the federal level are held to a higher standard than most local or state centers and even federal prisons. The standards are extremely high. Now, this is a state-run facility at...
Christy said that's fucking fine. That's what you heard Christy Noem say. Like, anyways, I have to move on from her because I can't listen to all of it. But Christy says that's fine. And while Christy is a married woman whose husband is back on a farm/ranch in South Dakota, and she's carrying on an affair with Corey Lewandowski that is widely reported all over DC, and is anybody can look up. You know, but you guys are all Christians, right? And you respect the sanctity of marriage. And she's asking for more money. ICE is now the most funded agency, and she's wasted billions of our dollars. But you guys are cutting the size of the swamp, and she needs a new jet. A new jet, because the jet she's flying around in while having an affair with the guy that's been photographed in the jet she says isn't nice enough for her to conduct her affair in. She says it's fine that 30 people are in a cage. They're being poisoned with Clorox water. There's feces backed up and flooding the cells. There's 32 people in a cage. And her response was, that's how it is everywhere in prisons in America. That's what adulterer Christy Noem said. But praise the Lord, right, MAGA? Praise him. Let's all praise the Lord. And let me just, I'm sorry. I just can't stand the abject. That's how logic, I mean, just saying. But let's pray for those people. Because if you guys are Christians, you must have read the New Testament, right? I don't think Jesus would want any of this happening, right? But let's praise him. Let's praise him. So Maxwell Frost, which we learned this in New Jersey with Ross Baraka and the Congress people who conducted oversight at that unlicensed, was it CoreCivic? I can't remember if it was CoreCivic. I think it was CoreCivic prison in New Jersey. So Maxwell Frost, like Jared Moskowitz, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Florida Congress people who can legally conduct oversight showed up to Alligator Alcatraz to attempt to conduct oversight. If you want to do research on this, you should. It is so awful. Like, I never swear, and you guys know that, but it brings me to I can't even tell you the things I've heard about Alligator Alcatraz. It's that sickening. But I'll just show you a series of clips, and I suggest everyone look more into it because I'm not showing you the worst ones. I don't even think I can. But this is Maxwell Frost talking about it.
One other thing I want to say too, that I think is really important to paint this picture. When they let us in to see the cages, and we saw people, of course, yelling for help. We even heard in the background someone yell, "I'm an American citizen." They started chanting "Libertad," freedom, liberty. And I got to tell you, it was very emotional to be there for all of us, to hear that, and to see that our taxpayer money is being used for this stunt. One other thing.
And I'm just going to show you some more. And again, I love Brian Baez because he's good at like kind of talking about this stuff in a way. Like, I get so upset when I even have to. It's hard for me to talk about these things because they're so upsetting. So Brian Baez made a video about Maxwell Frost's trip to Alligator Alcatraz. So I'm just going to play that because I think he always does a great job of encompassing things that I can't even speak about.
Maxwell said, "I don't give a fuck." Democratic Representative Maxwell Frost is pulling up to Alligator Alcatraz to tell us what the conditions look like at the facility.
So I am on my way to the Everglades detention facility, Everglades internment camp. What happened is about a week ago, all the Florida Democratic members of Congress planned an unannounced trip here. And the reason why we wanted to do it unannounced is because we've heard all these reports.
Now, just for context, he's referring to the Miami Herald reporting from earlier this week that said that giant bugs, heat, and hospital visits are plaguing the alligator Alcatraz within its first days. Remember, this is in the Florida Everglades where they have grasshoppers the size of people's hands jumping into the tent. The biggest mosquitoes people have ever seen in their lives coming into the tent, flying over them in the cells and biting them on the face, not letting them sleep. Air so hot being inside of the tent that people can barely breathe because it's 96 degrees outside of the tent, but inside it feels like the temperature of 105.
Majority of these people have never committed a crime. We know that now, like over 70%. These are not criminals. These are people. Immigration crimes are civil crimes who are now being held in concentration camps because MAGA is insecure and is worried brown people are taking something from them. And let me just help you. The term follow the money is very real. None of these people have your money. As a matter of fact, they're helping you retire. They're using ITIN numbers to pay into your retirement. Donald Trump has your money. Billionaires have your money. The big, beautiful bill was the largest transfer of wealth in a single bill in history, while you are imprisoning people who committed civil crimes, not criminal crimes, to concentration camps. Your brains don't work.
Horrible conditions, and when you show up unannounced, you're able to see things how they really are. So we're on our way right now. We're here in the Everglades, and we're here to conduct our legal right to conduct oversight on the facility. I have a binder full of questions that we're going to be asking and filling out with some specific information on detainees from Central Florida and from our area.
Now, here's why that binder is smart as fuck. It's not only that they're going to be filling it out with the answers to the questions that they have, but if you remember from that same reporting from the Miami Herald, Katie Blankenship was an attorney and co-founder of the Sanctuary of the South, a legal services network that was going to help people who were detainees in this center. She was trying to get in touch with a new client whose wife called last week saying her husband was being transferred to Alligator Alcatraz from the Chrome Immigration Detention Center in Miami-Dade County. Blankenship, the attorney, didn't have the number to call him at the facility. His name wasn't showing up in an online website kept by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and she even asked ICE officials to confirm his whereabouts, but none of her emails got answered. Not only that, but the wife of a Guatemalan detainee said she was trying to get an immigration attorney to represent her husband, but that she was having trouble finding someone to take the case because of the lack of the information that ICE was giving her on her husband. Let it be known, Maxwell Frost pulling up with his binder, gaining information and writing it down of the detainees that are there, confirming their whereabouts, gives the families enough information for them to get legal representation.
Here, but I'll tell you this. Remember, we don't need anyone's permission to go into this facility, so I will be back unannounced. But I'll keep you updated on this.
And that's what effective leadership looks like. In a time when a fascist government is creating concentration camps, elected leaders do not need a permission slip to go or an invitation to check out and pull up to see what these ICE detention facilities are giving.
Just remember, there's a woman who conducted legal congressional oversight on a detention facility that because Alina Habba has been giving Trump a Andrew Jackson and was appointed interim aide or U.S. attorney over New Jersey. Now this black woman who's a sitting member of Congress is charged with felonies for doing nothing. Like, that's the reality. Every congressperson needs to be conducting oversight in their district of these concentration camps, period. Every single day. And like, I love that Jared Moskowitz, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and Maxwell Frost were there. Among others. I shouldn't say they were the only ones. But again, and this is just another update from a couple of days ago on this, which again, just trigger warning, none of this is good.
People are literally being poisoned with Clorox in Alligator Alcatraz. I told y'all earlier that Democratic Representative Maxwell Frost was pulling up to Alligator Alcatraz to inspect the concentration camp that's there. Here's what they found.
You know, when I was in that facility looking at those cages, I saw young men who looked exactly like me. I saw myself in those cages.
Some of the people screaming. Another man screamed out that he was poisoned by Clorox in the water, and he was in the hospital for 4 days. There are really disturbing viral conditions. This place needs to be shut the hell down. While we were in there, at one point it was clocked at about 81 degrees in a particular spot, and I know for a fact if you continue to go in, it is even hotter.
Is there read a statement from the wife of a detainee regarding the scheduled tour from his pastor to me yesterday? His wife says they allowed him to take a shower and gave them new clothes, and the food all of a sudden is better. I wonder how long that's going to last after your visit.
And also, I want to point out that we don't need to debate the conditions. The fact is there are people there that most likely do not belong there.
Facts.
And that is enough.
As a member of the House Oversight Committee, I can tell you after this, I have many phone calls planned with my colleagues to talk about coming down here, possibly holding ad hoc hearings about this facility, and not just facility. This is indicative of a greater problem, too, across this country.
Right.
Dehumanizing immigrants, dehumanizing people who are in this country, who have been in this country, many of whom over a decade. So there will be hearings and there will be accountability on this at the federal level, and of course I know our state partners are going to work on it as well.
Not to mention, Maxwell Frost was on a call with NABJ journalist Michael Jones, where he said detainees are being held 32 to a cage, drinking water from toilet spigots, and fed only a sandwich and chips. People were yelling, "Help me." One even shouted, "I'm a U.S. citizen." He also said that the staff blocked access to the medical unit and denied him contact with the detainees that were there. They're trying to hide the inhumane treatment of the people there. And here's the thing. If you think they're gonna fucking stop at immigrants, like we've been fucking saying, you got some other shit coming. Because here comes Donald Trump saying the quiet part out loud. Because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell, who by the way is a United States citizen, is not in the best interest of our great country, meaning she just fucking is critical of his ass because his ass is a fucking bitch. I'm giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. She is a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland if they want her. God bless America. Now, let's be clear. This is a fucking distraction for us to talk about this and how fucking crazy it is over the Epstein case, which motherfucker we not stopping to talk about. But best believe this is actually how he thinks. Anybody who disagrees with him, if you're a political dissident, if you are anti-MAGA, if you are critical of his administration, he wants to put you in alligator Alcatraz so you can be treated exactly, inhumanely, how they're treating those immigrants that are right there right now. And in some cases, they're actually U.S. citizens right now. Wake the fuck.
Yeah, this is why I love Brian Bias. He's great. And again, if you want to follow him he's on TikTok. You don't have to go on X. It's at Mentally Divine. But again, understand these are absolutely concentration camps. And let me help you, MAGA. Because you are unbelievably stupid does not mean they're not concentration camps. It just means you have no idea what you're talking about or the history of concentration camps. Let me help you with some other history. When Mustache Man from Germany wanted to create concentration camps, where do you think he went to learn from the masters of it? I'll give you one hint. It was America. Because that's what we did. Right? We invented them. That's what we did to indigenous people. We exterminated them, right? Concentration camps aren't necessarily death camps. They're holding camps for groups of people, right? He came to America to learn what we did with indigenous people, with the Mexican repatriation. And was like, oh, you guys do it best. How did you guys do this? And then modeled what happened in Germany off what he learned of American concentration camps. Surprise, but that you would have to read or be able to, find your way out of a paper bag to understand that. So you being dumb doesn't mean we have not built a bunch of concentration camps and aren't torturing people. It just means you're dumb. I think is the final of all of this. You being a dumbass doesn't mean all of this isn't happening. It just means you're a bigot who's dumb. I think I just summed that up pretty nicely. Like, you are on the wrong side of history. Your voting record is public. You will be remembered as exactly what you are, a dumb bigot. So that's what you have to look forward to, is everyone remembering exactly how dumb and how bigoted and racist you truly are. And because you were so insecure and so dumb that you couldn't read or do math, and believe me, I couldn't either, but then I just decided to figure it out and figure out what was going on, which at any moment, you know, what you guys always tell us, you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps and figure out what the is going on. That's always an option, which none of you seem to take. And then you could figure out who actually is stealing from you, which is none of the folks inside of the concentration camps that you guys are voting for and cheering on. So I just want to be clear again. You being a dumb bigot does not mean Trump has not created concentration camps, which were originally modeled after the original concentration camps in America that Mustache Man then modeled off what he learned when he came and visited his bestie Henry Ford and then created them in Germany. And now they're back in America, and your own insecurity seems to think this is a good idea. And here's the best part. If any of you have any empathy or your brain works, you can stop doing this and be like, oh, this is a bad idea now. Like, I played those clips. Trump is underwater. The issue that buoyed him is he's now underwater, which I think I'm just going to play it one more time just to hammer the point home that when I say you're on the wrong, it's not like, hey, you'll be dead and then people will hate you. People hate you now. Like, I think it's important to really just get that point across. You are the dumb person now who can't figure out what's going on.
More on that. CNN's Harry Anton is continuing to track with all of this news the shift in view of the American people as this immigration crackdown continues. How is the president doing on immigration at this point?
In a word, Kate, oof. What are we talking about here? Take a look at this. Trump's net approval rating on immigration. Got 5 numbers for you across the screen here. A lot of focus on Gallup at minus 27. That's horrible. Quinnipiac University minus 16. That's awful. Marist is bad at minus 9. Ipsos is minus 8. Fox at minus 7. Bad. So going from your left side, bad, to just downright terrible on the right side of your screen, the American people have turned against President Donald Trump on what was his best issue, one in which he had a positive net approval rating for most of his term, and arguably the issue that got him, of course, the
Just want to be clear, this is today, this afternoon.
GOP nomination all the way back in 2016. And one of the issues, of course, he used last year to quite a successful degree.
Absolutely. Is there signs that this is affecting his overall approval?
Okay, so you see this here, and then the question is, does this actually matter to folks? Why don't we zone in Hispanic voters, right? Because obviously a lot of the immigrants who have been affected by this have been Hispanic voters in terms of the immigration crackdown. Take a look here. Trump's net approval rating amongst Hispanics. Remember, Trump put in a historic performance last fall among Hispanic voters, did better than any Republican nominee dating all the way back since we have data in 1972. His net approval rating among Hispanics in February was pretty gosh darn good for a Republican at minus 2 points. Look at how far it's fallen now in June, according to CBS News YouGov, at minus 26 points. And I should note, CBS News YouGov is not alone on this. This is what we see in the averages as well. Donald Trump was doing historically well for a Republican amongst Hispanics in terms of his net approval rating, and now he's basically back where he was during his first term, which is quite a low approval rating, one in which has brought his overall approval rating down amongst the entire electorate.
And one thing that has been very clear is that as this crackdown has continued, it has put immigration enforcement, ICE, in a whole new spotlight across the country. What are the numbers on ICE now?
Yeah, what are the numbers on ICE? It's not just affecting Donald Trump, it's affecting ICE as well. ICE's net approval rating. In Trump's first term, the average was 0 points, right? So right there on the bottom, as many approve as disapprove. Look at where we are now in June of 2025. Minus 17 points all the way down. So the bottom line is this immigration crackdown not being viewed popularly by the American public, bringing Donald Trump down and bringing immigration and custom enforcement down with him.
Thanks for continuing to track this, Harry. It's really interesting.
Again, you're on the wrong side of everything now, but forever. Just like people remember Mustache Man, it's illegal to even utter schmatzy rhetoric in Germany. That's where you all are headed. And this is the electronic age. So we know exactly who you all are, what you voted for, how dumb you are. how little you're capable of learning from your mistakes. So, yeah, that helps me sleep well at night, knowing that forever, I mean, now no one likes you, but just it's only going to get worse from here. All because you're deeply insecure and a man who robbed you said that brown people want your money. And instead of being like, hey, maybe I should check into who actually is robbing me, like I could probably follow the money. Like that's what financial forensic accounting is about. There's always a record of who actually robbed me. I could easily look into that. You're just like, yeah, brown people have my buddy. And now you're having them tortured in concentration camps because your brain doesn't work. You guys are firing on all cylinders. Keep it up. I truly mean this. And I have a degree in history. Like, the only missing piece for me was like, how could people go along with this? Like, how dumb, how apathetic, how greedy, how insecure, how stupid must a person be to go along with the Holocaust? I know now. I get it. MAGA, it's you. Like, I don't have, thank you. Truly, because that was the piece I was always missing. Like, how dumb would people have to be? How scared? How insecure? How idiotic to go along with an extermination of people in front of their face? And I know now. I've met most of you, and I've met a lot of you in person. I know exactly how. Like, I got it. I really could not figure it out, and now I'm like, oh. Now I get it. How hateful. I hope you're not talking to me, G. Weber. I hope you mean Trump is hateful, not me. I'm just stating I'm just watching a bunch of people do horrible things and just. Okay, cool. As long as it's not me, yeah, it is hateful. And it's like, now we all know how it happens. A bunch of insecure white people who are like, oh, someone said Jewish people were up to something, and I'm insecure and an idiot. So I'm going to sit by while an atrocity happens. Now we can all get it. We never have to wonder again how this happens. But I suggest we all spend every bit of energy we have fighting against this, because for sure, like, if there's one thing I'm sure about, I will not be on the wrong side of history. These recordings will be found long after I'm gone of me screaming the truth. So I'm good, MAGA, believe me. Maybe the next thing is just me to start, just like you guys access the voter rolls and use them to suppress the vote. Maybe I'll get the voter rolls and use them to just scroll all your names on the internet of people that voted for Trump. Just for, years from now when people look back and we can all just be sure of who you all were. Or maybe I should spend all my time challenging the voter rolls based on your stupidity. That's another idea. Just abject stupidity. Like, could not find their way out of a paper bag to save your life. That's what I'll challenge the voter rolls about. Not where you live. Just this person's brain very clearly does not work. I don't know. I'm coming up with a lot of ideas. I'm having a lot of ideas. As this goes on, I'm getting more and more angry, as I'm sure people to put this live. It's a lot of things are coming to me. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, like, great job, MAGA. Egging on literally the next Holocaust. You guys are doing an amazing job being apathetic, selfish, and deeply insecure and racist. Keep it up. Anyways, I think I need to stop this now. Oh, Sue, thank you so much. Hey, my friend, thanks for coming back to educate us and for giving us the receipts. We all appreciate it. And I appreciate you, Sue, deeply. You're the best. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I think I need to cut this because I'm getting, the more I watch these clips, it's like I already have to record them once. And then it's like when I have to rewatch them, I'm like, why are we living in this world? But I'll just say this. So tomorrow is Tuesday. So I'm going to be live with Matt, assuming Matt doesn't, Matt is. So assuming Matt's going to be live tomorrow. we'll be live together. I should have double checked before this, but I had a lot going on today and I've got to take care of my dad. So tomorrow is Tuesday. Be live with Matt, which I think we're looking at later times. If you're not in the Discord, just join and I'll text Matt and figure it. I'll text him right now. Maybe he's around. What time are we going live tomorrow, or are you dead? You never know with Matt. Matt's got a lot going on. What were we saying 2 weeks, because we weren't live last week? I was trapped in an airport for 18 hours. Wait, he said, was it 1 p.m. Eastern, which would be 10, right? Should be 11. Yeah, because I was in Mountain Standard. 1 p.m. Eastern time? Because I know he wanted to start the lives later. I'll let you guys know as soon as he responds and if he's not busy. And otherwise, I'll figure out something else for us to do. But then I do plan on doing this week. Like I said, my dad's been sick since I got back to Phoenix and I had to take care of him. But I just think I will be focusing on this. So if you don't hear from me, I'll be live with Matt tomorrow, and then on Wednesday back to doing this at the normal time. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Oh wait, I just need to say this again. If you weren't here at the beginning of the live, one of the most important things I just want to keep reminding everyone, if you're in the Matt said, as long as that still works for you. Well, I muted myself while I'm talking. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I am live talking while texting you. Okay, so that looks like that's happening. 16. Okay, so 1 p.m. Eastern. Someone help me. That's 10 a.m., right? Sorry, my brain is a little fried by anger at MAGA. So yeah, 1 p.m., 12, 11, 10, yeah. So 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Matt and I will be live. And then Wednesday we'll be back to the people's receipts and I will have more anger to spew at these people. I feel like I had one more thing. Oh yeah, most important thing from the beginning of this live, and I put it's in the general chat of my Discord as a gift article because people are like, where is this coming from? It's a Washington Post article. I just want to show again, like, this is the plan of how Republicans are going to try to win the midterms. So this is like when aspects of Trump's one big beautiful bill begin, expire, or both. So the rub, I mean, there's many rubs of all the shadiness of this, but you can see this dotted line down the middle that says 2026. God, I need like a thing I can use to point to things on this live. That would be a good idea, TikTok. 2026 midterm elections, the dotted line there. So the point is what's actually going to happen. If you look here, it says SNAP, Medicaid, stricter SNAP work requirements. Those go into effect immediately. That's what you see here at the beginning. Bill signed 2025. The SNAP work requirements, that went into effect immediately. But the new Medicaid work requirements, and most importantly, the SNAP and Medicaid funding changes, when they cut everyone off and everyone loses their SNAP and Medicaid, look, that line, the first dotted line, is the midterm elections. They're not starting it until after the midterm elections. So people are going to be like, oh, well, I guess it's not that bad. I didn't lose my insurance. Like, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And then as soon that dotted line is the midterm elections. And then the work requirements hit, and then the cuts. So I don't know how we best communicate this to everyone, that's the plan, is people would be like, oh, well, I thought everyone said I was going to lose my insurance, but I didn't. So I guess I can still vote for Republicans. This is what they're doing. Someone said, where can I find this? Again, this is a Washington Post article. Let me pull it up. If you are in my Discord, in any of my link tree, if you're watching on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, X, wherever, in my link tree, in my bio, you can join my Discord. Just copy and paste the link into the browser. Don't just click on it because it's something with bots. They think everyone's a bot. But let me show you the article. Which again, I put it as a gift article in the general chat of my Discord. So it's free if you don't subscribe to the Washington Post. But if you're interested in where all of this information comes from, which there's much more information in here that is valuable. When will Trump's big tax law take effect? Here's what to expect. This came out this morning. You can see you can listen to it. It's 9 minutes when you listen to it. And this is where that chart is as well. Like you can see, this is on an iPad, so it's much smaller and easier to digest than on a mobile phone. So, and that's what people need to understand is they're not beginning this stuff. SNAP funding changes, Medicaid funding changes, new Medicaid work requirements till after the midterms. So people are going to be like, oh, I still have insurance. Everything's fine. And I don't know how we message this and make that clear, but that's what we need to make clear. And again, this is in the general chat in my Discord. If you're already in my Discord, I sent it to everyone and it's a gift article and it's free. And we should screenshot this and tell your friends because I think that is going to be the message of the midterms. People are going to be like, everyone said I was going to lose my insurance and I haven't. It's, Democrats are always bleeding heart. Liberals are always lying. So I think we need to figure out how we disseminate that message because that is the most important thing. If we get control of Congress, we stop that, right? We can stop the Medicaid cuts. We can stop, we can pass a law. We can stop all of this. Or dumb people are just like, everyone said I was going to lose my health insurance and I didn't. So I'll just keep voting for conservatives. And then we just proceed down this nightmare path. If we don't get checks and balances for, orange grandpa who says no one should wear makeup but has makeup on every day, I don't know where we go from 2026. So I think this is the most important thing. Again, it's a gift article. It's in the general chat of my Discord. Take that, screenshot this, put it in more Discords, disseminate it for free. This is what we need people to know, I think. And anyways, I shall see you guys tomorrow with Matt, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time. And then Wednesday, I'll be back doing the People's Receipts. Thank you guys so much. I love you and I miss you all.